Alright, looks like we're live. Hello and welcome everyone. We can have a Grim. Let's see how the server doing.
Yeah, I'm just checking.
Server FPS is not great. But we'll see what happens, I guess. Alright, just give me a second here. I'm just gonna set something up. Let's a little bit of our getting ready here today is also just seeing how the game's running to see how much I should get people hyped up for this weekend of Jumptown. I'm a little skeptical, so let me just change a couple things here. I should not be too long. Oh, of course. I had to turn my hard drive back on. Copy this into. I got a new power bank for my computer. I have to attach that because the current one I have is not working very well. It's very old. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna use an old thumbnail so I don't end up spending forever on this. Guys, I'm sure you don't care. Save. Now this is probably not going to be too long of a stream because I'm just hopping on. Yeah, that server FPS is not great. Alright, so I'm just going to be getting some gear ready and whatnot. Also, I'm going to get my C2 out, load up some hardware on it. I need to go buy some 84Bs. So I think I'm going to get a ballistic centurion going. Concourse, lobby. Alright, that's done. Let's make sure. I think it was on claim here, so. Oh, we got 2 terminals working this time.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Everything claim. The hell? Buddy, what's your problem?
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
See, it's a Cruel one.
Selected. Stand by.
Yeah, what's the hell is this guy's problem?
Vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Let's take this Caterpillar then. We'll fly out to Cruel 1 with the Caterpillar.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Alright, while we wait for that, let's copy this right quick. So I ended up, I was gifted 400i by CIG because I sold the most maize on like 319 PTO or something like that. And I'm not a fan of origin ships. So what I did is I upgraded it to a Caterpillar.
Stand by. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Did that say fucking claim? You gotta be fucking with me.
Please
Buddy,
visit
do you
us
got
again.
something fucking wrong with you?
Welcome
What the fuck
to the
are you
ASOP
doing?
Vehicle Retrieval System. To the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Do you have a problem? Some people's kids, I'm telling you here.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. To the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval
Some
System.
people's kids. Where is that thing? Caterpillar unknown.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Please
What the
visit
hell?
us again. Goodbye.
Buddy, fuck off!
To the
Internet
ASOP
connection
Vehicle
sucks.
Retrieval System. To the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval.
Alright. So let's go. It's a hangar 8. Perfect. I don't know if that guy was doing that intentionally or if it was just some sort of bug, but my god. What a guy. Now, ooh, I forgot. I also have our servers. Alright. Well, the server FPS is climbing a bit. When I first got on, it was 3. Now it's almost like 6. You know, it's... I don't know how Jumptown's going to be this weekend. It's probably going to be super mid. But, how you doing, Marcus? So let's go get my C2 out. Also, I have a paint for this that I want to go grab. Now, there's a reason in my head why I got the Caterpillar, and it's not... It doesn't have anything to do with the Fury. Like I said, I traded that 400i that CIG gave me for the Caterpillar because I was thinking this would definitely be more useful than a 400i to me. And I personally, even though the C2 is better, aesthetically, I love this ship. Like, theoretically. It's definitely my type of ship. Like, I don't know why. It reminds me of, like, what I would think a spaceship would be like. I don't know. Just the way it's designed. Also, there's something cool about it, too. It has this server room. So when data running is a thing, you'll actually be able to, like, do some data running with this thing. I think this will be pretty good because then you'll be able to like what the hell? Okay, weird. You'll be able to actually like multitask, do cargo with this thing. So not only will you be able to like pick up and drop off cargo, you'll also be able to like take some data as well.
Hello and welcome aboard.
And it's just a cool ship, personally. Now you can also use it as a carrier for the Furies, which is, it's not the best for that. But it does look damn cool. I really wish they would make a capital size Caterpillar. And I know people will be like, oh well, it's the Kraken, but this is not what I want. Alright, let's get out of here. What's up, Ryder? Also, when they put tractor beams on this thing, and then that out there can tractor beam cargo into the ship, and then this thing right here will also be able to tractor beam cargo into the ship. That'll be pretty cool as well. But yeah. In the future. Is that all boxes out there? Looks like somebody dropped cargo all over this place.
Launch complete.
Which I'm gonna blow up or something stupid. Yeah, somebody dropped cargo all over the place here.
Landing gear up.
This thing's so cool to fly too. This is when I think of like space cargo. This is what I think about. Even though the C2 is better and more maneuverable and all the things, this is what I think about. A90 is the best carrier since it can't be one-shotted by a torpedo. Yeah, it's a big target. I still think the C2, with its maneuverability and its ability to hold like 16, is probably arguably the best. Ooh, look at this. Let's thread the needle here, people. Right through underneath Grimhex.
Quantum drive is now on.
I agree with you on this ship. It has a feel of showing functional working of the ship. It's not polished and streamlined as most of the other ships, just more mechanical detail. No, for sure. The C2 flies so well for its size. The C2 is like a sports car. And like, the C2 in atmosphere is just silly good. That's why it's like my main ship. But I got this thing just because, I don't know why. It has a vibe to it. There's definitely a vibe to it. And I don't know. Like, think of this ship. Think of a capital version of this ship that was at least 2 times the size of this thing. But it was the exact same type of ship. Just larger. So that it carried, 1,200 cargo or something like that. The cat has a presence. It does have a presence. What's up, Bitewell? Yeah, imagine a capital version of this that almost had. It was longer. It was taller, wider. It was bigger in almost every dimension. It was just like a double the size one of this. And then let's say there was a top and a bottom turret, but they were like size 5s. Like twin 5s or something like that. And then maybe even add like a third turret on it. I don't know. Just a bigger version of this. So that it was like a heavy freight that beat out the C2. But almost, make it slow and blah, 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 blah. But have this kind of vibe to it. Have it have a bigger server room. Maybe like a little med bay in it. Or something like that, you know what I mean? But yeah. Then this would be back. Then that it would be like an actual cargo ship again. That makes sense. Make it almost have like it where those things actually work in VTOL. Or if you hit K, it actually like, works. All right, let's keep moving. You just buy this. Yeah, I traded. So what happened is CIG gave me a 400i for selling the most maize in PTO, and I don't like Origin ships, so I traded in for a Caterpillar because I had a CCU chain and it was on Warbond. All right, let's do this jump now. I'll read what you guys are saying.
Quantum drive.
Alright, let's see. Hercules is good. Hercules is just amazing. Canada's presence. It's odd shape. Yeah, it has that vibe to it. So you can just destroy and lift size 10 repeaters off the top of prison with a moldy tool. Gives you a sense of how big capital guns will be. I can't wait to have a capital ship dwarf the Hammerhead. Yeah, I'm surprised that CIG is saying that they're gonna stop work on the Banu. I really like. Here's a good one. McBear is, if you ever actually like looked at an 890 jump on the ground and like walked around it and like looked at its landing gear and stuff, That's how big capital ships are going to be. You know, Catapult's a Spanish galleon with the C2 is a multi-million-dollar modern yacht. Yeah, I guess so. It's almost like, yeah, I guess that's a comparison. I think more of like I forget what it's actually called, but like, do you ever see the Russian hovercraft? That big thing that comes up on the beaches. It's like the Caterpillar is like a World War II like American landing craft, and the C2 is like that big fuck off Russian hovercraft, where it's just amazing at getting things like vehicles where they need to go, whereas this thing's mostly, you know, it's not for that. I don't know, bad comparisons, but still. This thing, I don't know, this thing just has that vibe to it. The fact that that can detach in its own separate ship is so cool too, theoretically. Has such a small boost pool. Alright, let's get the landing gear out.
Landing gear down.
Let's see if we can do this in first person. Decoupled first person. It says I'm getting damaged. Did you see that? Oh, so I missed it. That was weird though. It said I was getting damaged on the way in. Almost stuck the landing. Okay, so from the driver's seat. Yeah, I would have thought I would be in the wall at this point. Let's see how much damage that did. Because it made it to... How much damage did that do? Look at that. That did 2k damage coming in through that hangar. There's something in this game that's destroying your ship when you come into the hangar. Look at my doors are all fucked up down there. I don't know what the hell's causing this. Alright. Is that a panel off? What's that panel for? Is that panel? Randomly off the floor, on the floor? Yeah, look at this. Like, this little bubble room is so cool. But it's just to operate that tractor beam. Right there. And then shove cargo into the side of that thing. And then up top, oh wait, it's out here. So they need to get that working so you can escape through there. But this is another vibe right here. And you see how they're like a double door? It's because these are supposed to detach. Yeah. Oh no. Get back up there. Get back up there. This catwalk, as much as it takes away like cargo space, again, it has a vibe to it. And you see all the double doors? Because these are supposed to be separate compartments. All these are individual. Tractor beam need to happen soon. I really hope they do as well. And see, look, my doors are like busted open. It's weird. But like, imagine a bigger version of this, where like, it was like double as big, and when you're looking down these catwalks, you're like looking down these catwalks. They're just like bigger. Come on, I didn't want to go there. But then also there's one other thing that needs to be on the ship. Right here needs to be a ladder down. Like, I don't know why. There's no reason why that couldn't be a ladder right there. Like, this is like a fake wall. Yeah, the fact that you get up to this turret here. Like, The fact you can't get down there is very annoying. Going on here? Ah! I didn't get off the ship, so I'm technically not. Come on, game. Jumptown. If this is how it's going to be this weekend, Jumptown's not going to be great. So I was holding off playing. Is it still ass? Right as I asked, yeah. Does the cat have any component things you can open? I think the Caterpillar's super old. I don't think it has the It was one of the original ships. Alright, let's hit a best server. Now let's hope it put me back at Crew L1. But yeah, Kier, I just got on. I have no idea. I've been on for 21 minutes, and it 30k'd me. Yeah. I believe the Cutlass has some older ships will be redone. I heard they're redoing the Caterpillar. I hope when they redo it, they almost like either make it like a larger ship or just, I don't know. I really like it. I don't want them to change it too crazy. Just slight redo would be nice. The gold standard, exactly, Kia. Well, it looks like I'm at Crew L1, which is good. Command module detachable, man. That's gonna be so cool. And those tractor beams work here. It's gonna be sick. Alright. Because you can open and remove the components, but you can't get them out of the ship. That's what I mean, like, they did not think that through. And because they didn't think that through, they're gonna have to have some sort of, like, hull cutting. So you can, like, cut holes into the hulls of some ships, so you can get things like components out.
Welcome to
Where's
the
my
ASOP
C2
vehicle
at?
retrieval system.
My C2 should be here, yeah. Caterpillar's gone. Caterpillar stored at Babbage. Alright, that's fine, I guess. Good, the 30k
Vehicle
protection's working.
selected. Stand
Redeemer,
by.
the Redeemer for sure. Like, they messed up bad on that one. You're just gonna have to be able to cut
Your
holes
vehicle
in
has been delivered
walls.
to the following location.
That's what
Please
they're gonna have to
visit
do.
us again.
Alright, let's get moving. Now, wait. What? What? 14. Wrong one. So, I don't know why my C2 is here. I feel that my C2 is here because it, like, I had this weird bug happen the other day. I don't know. If there's cargo on this thing, I'm gonna be pumped. But I don't think there is. I had a weird thing happen where I had cargo in this, and I flew to New Babbage, filled with cargo, and then all the cargo disappeared. And I don't think I claimed it. So I'm kind of hopeful, like, the cargo's back, but there's no way that's gonna happen. No. Alright, let's head off to Orison. Let's buy some ADs, AD4s, and then we'll go get the Centurion, the tank, and the ballista out. Alright, who's mentioning me here? Emperor. Alright.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking.
Let's see, how about this? We're gonna make sure we're fully repaired.
Thank you, and please visit again. You are clear to launch.
Says we're fully repaired. Now if we blow up going out this hangar.
You are
I'm
clear
not
to
going to be
launch.
happy. Full kit and supplies for Jumptown survival. Yeah, if I remember correctly, I have a ton of gear. At what's it called? I have a ton of gear at Grimhacks. It's just some other stuff that I need to get good. I need to test something too. You guys are gonna get to witness the foresight. I'm gonna try to pull out the coolers on
Thank
the
you. And please visit
Centurion
again.
if I have it running ballistics, and see if I can pull its signature down.
Quantum travel engaged.
I need to buy another good quantum drive while I'm here too. I just need to buy all the parts because I have some cash, don't I? 2.9. I'm gonna spend 2 million on not 2 million. I'm gonna spend 900k is what I'm gonna give myself to spend on upgrades and whatnot. Oh, let's check this server. Look at that. About 8 server FPS, roughly 7. Okay, dip pretty low there. So like 6, 5. It was 8 for a minute. There it is, 8 again. 9, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10.
Quantum travel complete.
Let's see how many people are on this server. It's almost full. What's the server number? Yeah, let me look. A second.
Quantum travel.
350 is the server number. I forgot that I'm in Lights gear too. That I borrowed off him at Jumptown. I think technically the farthest you should be able to look is like here. You shouldn't be able to look behind yourself. I can look pretty straight up. Yeah, server 350. Let's see here. Welcome to Orison.
Quantum travel complete.
So that cruise control. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna get this thing loaded up and probably park it at Grim. So that and I'm gonna go to Grim and set my spawn point. So as soon as I get on and Jumptown's active, I can just hop in the ship, go to staging, pick some people up, drop them off, be ready to go. Oh, I should have seen what Lean was saying. I see he's gone now. Alright, we'll get some ship upgrades, some guns, some parts. Then we'll move on. Not quite close enough to ATC. Okay, there we are.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Yeah, this thing just handles so goddamn good. A little early in the VTOL, but
Landing.
what a machine.
Engines off.
Landing.
There's a reason why this is just the best ship. And it's pretty hard for me to change my mind. It's a little clean for me. It's very kind of like, you know, I don't know. It's not quite like an Origin ship, but it's definitely like almost too fancy for me. What do we got here in this inventory anyway? Alright, well, I got some guns on me. This was my mining outfit I had here. Okay, let's go. NPCs are all standing around, it's good to see. He's doing his weird little facial movements. He looks very panicked. They all do that same stuff, don't they? The women definitely seem a little bit more lively than the guys do. Look at the eyes like roll back and stuff. Yeah. He's having a good time. Still had to beat the C2 as an overall platform. The fact that I can fit 2 ballistas and a tank in the C2, it's just silly. It's too good. Alright. The game doesn't feel too bad though. But I already had a 30. Look, the NPCs are somewhat doing what they're supposed to be doing. What are you gonna drop your keys? No. Let's do it.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Alright, store this.
Please visit.
Alright, the soap, yeah. Just drop your soap. The AI is not totally broken. Look, they're actually like somewhat walking around. I remember hearing them that they're adding a bunch new like faces and models because you see a lot of the same people. The AI in this doesn't look bad. Like the graphics in this game are like pretty solid, I have to say. If they can just get performance up. Like they have a solid skeleton here. The aesthetics, they're killing it with the aesthetics of the game. It's just performance, they're kind of lacking. I feel like in cities too, when you land at a spaceport, you should almost have to store your gear on your ship. You shouldn't be allowed weapons in the cities. And that's how they can kind of do armistice zones of where you're just like, you get a crime for carrying like guns around. This, like, you'd have to switch into like civilian clothes to walk around. I don't know. Like, it would make way more sense. Because, like, what's this guy gonna do? Like, what's... Does that not even have a mag in it? No, it has a mag in it. You say, like, what's that guy gonna do against, like, me? Like, nothing.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
Looking Canadian, Stanton's open carry. Listen, I don't mind it, but just for the aesthetics of... Like, why would you ever use civilian clothing in this game, except for RP? There should be some sort of, like...
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle.
Like, when you, like, enter the large cities. And there should be different rules for different... Like, imagine Hurston. Imagine if Hurston was gonna let you walk around with guns. Like, they're like, not in my fucking town. Look at this guy, he is strapped up pretty hard. He's like, no, I keep my guns. I'm going to Canada, I'm going to Klondike. Klondike's in Canada. You ain't going anywhere with those pistols and that gambling gear. Heavy armor draws down the hydration. Yeah, it makes you slower too. I use regular clothing when walking on planets. First thing, gotta wear a bag over your head so you don't catch cancer. Like, I would love to see it where there's almost like a debuff. Like, if you're walking around Hurston without the bag on your head, you're actually like, you know, heart rate's like jacked. You're losing hydration. Just like, it's not good.
Is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Alright, let's buy some ship parts. Now look, it's things like this that just like, they kill it with the aesthetics in this game. Of is it the Idris? It's the Idris. Crusader doesn't make the Idris. Like, I don't know why, like. That's a cool shirt. Like, look at that, them just like working on this. I don't know why there's sparks coming from this. If they're gonna have sparks coming from it, they should at least have like a welder robot. Its arm there. But yeah, I don't know, it's so cool. You can see they're just like working on multiple ships. It's in the dry dock. This is where you should this is where you should have to come to customize your vehicle. Like, you should have to park at the dry dock. Like, I don't know. It would be sick. It would be very cool with immersion, but people would be like so annoyed of not just being able to trade parts out. Now that's an escape pod. Like, look at that floating light. Let's say escape pods. Escape pod. Let's see what these escape pods are all about. Is this it? This is the escape pod? Let's try and get a look at these. What are these? Are they just like barrels? It's just a big barrel. What are these? Like, how are these gonna save you? Speaking of hydration, yeah, I should probably buy some water. What is this do? Are these like reactors? Oh, they're tanks. High pressure tanks. Alright. Sub-platform transit access. That's cool. What gear is this guy wearing to? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. These are sick. When can we get these for Jumptown? So that you almost like have these filled up with missiles. And you're just going around all the ballistas with your little cart. One-way trip to the Core Crusader. That's what I'm saying. Like, where are you going with these escape pods? Like, it seems like they're just gonna take you to your death. All right, let's continue on with that mission. Look at these guys. Up. What are you doing? Man-made goods. What is in this box, sir? Man-made goods, so it's like anything. Did anyone ever try this? Imagine if you get into that M50. I mean, is that a Cuddy Black? Look at that, that's a Cuddy Black down there. I didn't notice it. It's a Cuddy Black. Giant. It's an arrow. See, you should have to come here to get upgrades done to your ship. Oh, come on, game. Let me get into the places I shouldn't go. What ship's that down there? Ooh, raging. I actually never looked around. Oh, there's those cargo pods. They're escape pods. Staff only. Staff only. This is cool. Listen, games that don't let you do shit like jump down there, like, come on, Robert. Why can't I go run around down there and get like yelled at or something? Get a trespassing fine. It's so weird that what's that? Shredder. That mantis, the size of the mantis is actually so big. I didn't think it was that big. Shredder. Yeah. It's kind of funny how they have like the crack in there. It's definitely not that big. Like, look how big that makes it look, that window. Look at that. Hangar 1. Hangar 2. I kept asking them that. I kept asking Mesa. Like, he was saying that the inside was cargo storage area. This is clearly showing that it's a hangar bay. So if you get the privateer one, these hangars, I don't think they're there. I think that becomes like a sales area in there. Whereas if you have the actual full military one, you have the decks on the top, and then you have these 2 large hangar bays. You know what I mean? Now this looks like a true carrier. They need to put this in the game. Alright, enough pissing around. Let's that's pretty good. Enough sightseeing here. Let's get my parts and get out of here. Important things here, the crux locks. Paints. It's crazy that it's 180K for the Connie paint job. It's kind of wild. Let's see here, what does it have? Did anyone ever get these? What is these? The camera. Oh, okay. Drake Buccaneer spinal mount. This is where you put those like size 2s. Yeah, 2 size 2s instead of the size 4. I need to do that at some point. Let's see here. I don't have anything interesting. Alright, let's go to systems. Get what I actually came here for. So, let's get ready here. Let's buy... Are we really going to buy 4 of these? It's a lot of money for shields. Let's just buy the 2 of them, so I can have the C2 kit out. And then Quantum Drive, I need another TS2. See, this is trippy how like you actually have to type it in now. Yeah, like why would you ever buy this? Why is that more expensive? Right, power plants. Just a 500. Should buy. They're expensive. Jesus. I'm spending my cash too quickly here. Coolers. Here's the problem. The coolers for this thing are a fortune, if I remember. Oh, where's the... that? Yeah, it's 280k for that. Forgot how expensive it is to pimp out the C2. I need to earn some more cash here at some point. Alright, so that's the C2 done. Let's apply some of these upgrades really quick. I drive this thing all the time, so I might... God damn it, stupid ship list nonsense bug thing. It's gonna be like this, is it? Alright, so I need at least 4 AD4s. Should probably buy 8 of them, technically. Should probably buy the 8. Yes, alright, let's get over to the main center. Let's buy this. Like you said, Ryder, I should grab a drink on here. Let's set their thrusters. Achilles has been built standard, large scale combat transport thanks to its potential combination capacity, maneuverability, and durability. Process engineers, main thruster, flash crafting should be used by Crusader manufacturing. Yeah, I do love the thrusters on that thing. Alright, let's grab us a drink.
Hi, welcome.
Hello. Now that was 2 patches ago they put in the thing where his head goes in the counter. You never used to do that, and it's so annoying that they changed that. Let's grab that too. Is that one of the platforms? Alright. I gotta stop wasting time here. I gotta hurry my ass up.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
Look at these shirts. Hey, buddy, what are you, a pirate?
Last
I don't
call for
like this
passengers.
future.
The shuttle is preparing to depart.
This future's confusing. I'm scared. I'm gonna get on.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
Just gonna sit back here. Alright, what's this about here? Meeting. Announcements. Okay. Alright. Let's go finish our shopping list here. What's up, Light?
It's pretty.
What's up, Dad?
Not much. Just out doing some shopping, getting ready for Jumptown.
Approaching next station.
What you shopping for?
This is your stop.
Just buying some parts and some weapons and random bits and pieces.
Last call for passengers.
So I was doing some testing last night.
Yeah?
So we swapped out both the upper turrets on the Hammerhead for auto ballistic cannons.
Yeah.
Oh my god, those things slap super hard.
Are you
They
talking
have
about?
zero. You think ballistics have low ammo?
Oh, you talking about like the Deadbolt 4s?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love those things, but yeah, they have no ammo at all.
So we ended up running with 2 Rhino 447s and 2 84Bs
On each turret?
on each turret.
So is that like left click is lasers, right click is ballistics type setup?
Yeah, whatever their hotkeys are, they
Yeah.
have to set it up for weapon 1 and weapon 2.
Yeah. So that like peel shields and far away shots with the lasers, and then when you're up close, hit them with the ballistics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I had 4 buddies with me, real life buddies. I was like, hey, use the repeaters for everything, and when we're getting ready to do a pass, whether it's port or starboard, I'll call it, because the guy we ended up fighting was jousting,
Yeah.
and I was like, I'll swing wide so that the top turret and either both port or both starboard like turrets will have contact.
Yeah.
When they're under 500 meters, use the ballistics.
Yeah, it was working pretty good
And-
for you guys.
Yeah, it was. The ballistics were. You could definitely tell because repeaters allowed them to keep consistent. So they weren't burning through as fast as they normally would with all 4.
Yeah.
As far as like the capacitors, so they were keeping the shields down, and then when the guy would joust, yeah, we just shredded him. But he
Nice.
got with them ballistics.
Yeah.
And I was in the top turret. I had my buddy driving. He was having a field day with the amount of missiles.
Yeah. Yeah. The rattlers probably were very fun.
Yeah.
I was thinking about putting those rattlers on the Fury.
So they're worth it because based off everything I'm reading, the Rider 2s right now have the highest damage out of missiles from size 1 to 3.
And when you shoot one of them, it like messes with the person because it says they have like 4 or 5 missiles incoming, so they'll drop a bunch of flares.
Yep. And right now, there's 64 of them on the Hammerhead with 2 size 5s.
Yeah, which is a good mix.
Shit. Yeah, damn. That's like fucking. That's unreal to shoot at somebody.
Oh, dude, it's hilarious. Like,
Yeah.
the pilot was like, he goes, can I shoot all these? I was like, I don't give a fuck if you shoot them all. The whole purpose is literally just see how this thing does with this weapon load.
Yeah.
And he had 4 of them armed at a time. He was just launching 4 at a time, and we were
Yeah.
just housing targets.
Yeah. Now the technique is if you are actually going against like another player, like theoretically like Hammerhead, what you want to do is off the start, launch them one at a time, until they empty all their flares, because they only have 25 flares. So after the first, like, 20 missiles, then you start loading them up 4 at a time, and they have no flares, so they can't counter them at all.
Yeah, because it takes what, 4, almost 5 flares usually to even throw one missile off.
Yeah, it depends. The flares on the Hammerhead are technically like better, heavier flares, but you only have 25 of them, so
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to
they go really
Yeah.
quickly. Especially if you're hitting the button like twice, and panicking.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will
Oh
be
yeah,
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. The first missiles, like, shoot them single missiles, but then if you have 64 missiles, even if you use 25 of them so that they lose all their flares, then you can just start dumping the size 5s and the 4 at a time, and they have they can't flare. They just go right in.
So I learned a trick today.
Yeah, what was that?
So I took my Hammerhead and I swapped all the components to the other Hammerhead.
Yeah.
And so I melted the Hammerhead and I bought back a lifetime insurance package with it.
Yeah.
And it stripped all the components off of it.
Yeah.
This is your stop. Passengers.
So I was like, alright, so I claimed it. And when I got the claim back, it came back with everything on it.
Nice.
So I was
just,
like, if you
doubled up on
guys...
parts?
I doubled up on components, so I started farming components between yesterday and today.
Yeah.
So all my ships are now outfitted with grade A military components.
Nice. Now,
Please clear
did
the
you
hatch.
try selling them back to Orson?
I did. They do not register.
Okay. Well, still. I just spent like 500k upgrading one of my ships, so you saved a fortune of money.
Oh yeah, because I bought the Corsair over the Andromeda because if I wanted a missile boat, I'd stay with the Andromeda. But the Corsair to me the cargo room's better. I feel like it's a lot more of a more well put together ship.
Yeah, that front end DPS is crazy. Especially if you put all
Yeah.
AD5s on it. And like the 2 4s. It has just ridiculous output. 1 second. One
Very
second. What's up, Ty? How you doing? Does heavy armor really drain hydration quicker? Yes. It drains hydration quicker and you run slower. So it's,
Approaching next station. If this
there's
is
a
your
little
stop,
bit of a cost
prepare to
benefit
dismount.
of constantly wearing heavy armor. But I always wear it
Last
anyway
call for passengers.
because
The shuttle is preparing to depart.
drinks are cheap. You can always just carry cruise around with you.
Too fat. Because me and him usually are on the same time together.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I was like, he wants to do, because he hasn't really done my, god damn it, what's that fucking microtech?
Providing
With the
connections
reclaimer
to
on
Oh,
the ground.
Ghost Hollow.
Crusader
Ghost Hollow.
is happy to offer free.
He wants
Yeah.
to do it. I'm like, well, I'll tell you what. I was like, we'll take both the Corsairs out. We'll throw some Ursa rovers on it, get the rovers in, shoot down all the NPCs because they can't shoot through the armor.
Yeah.
And it gives us like a little safe haven. I was like, we'll just sit there and camp it one night. Especially right now with, whatchamacallit going on, Jumptown.
Yeah.
Nobody's there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against doing Ghost Hollow at some point, but yeah. Now your IRL guys, are they play a lot? Are they going to be doing Jumptown this weekend?
So I talked to them and asked them if they would want to join us on it. They don't play as much as I do,
Yeah.
but they're definitely down for it because one of the guys really wants to do first-person like PvP events.
Yeah.
And I told him, I was like, listen, we do org events quite often. I said if the servers are really being stupid, we kind of hold back because it's just,
To the ASOP
Yeah.
it's not worth the frustration sometimes.
Yeah, it's kind of painful for like, people getting everything ready and then
Yeah.
it kind of kicks you in the
And
nuts.
I was like, but no matter what, at
Insurance
any
code
moment,
has been sent.
every night, somebody is doing something PvP related.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I was like, Frizzy, Too Fat, myself, like we're either at Ghost Hollow or we're
Cloud
doing bunkers.
Cloud and them are always up there doing like pilot stuff, but they're in like a separate channel up there. But if everyone else wanted to do like pirate stuff, they'd definitely like join in. But they're always just flying around, murdering people.
Yeah, see, I can't see that channel. Otherwise, I'd usually probably end up joining them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's Sleazy's always up there, and then Clown jumps in with Sleazy. Yeah. They're off.
No, I
doing
get it.
their
I don't blame them.
Yeah. What's up, Mesa?
Oh, speaking of Mesa, how you doing, buddy?
What's up?
Did you want those railguns still?
I have like 100 now, so
How'd you get 100 of them?
I just kept buying. I spent money out of my pocket just buying more.
Oh, I forgot they sold them at the end of.
No. I did the thing where you put it on your Corsair. You
Oh.
Take it off the rack. I go back. I buy them, and they go back immediately. And then I take it off the rack, and then I buy more. So you're not like glitching it. You're like paying for them. So it's just
Okay.
like,
I thought.
yeah,
Oh, is it only IAE where they sell the weapons and gear at the end of the thing?
I believe so.
It's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's IE. Yeah, because I didn't see anything. It's the final day of. Actually, you couldn't even go downstairs.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there wasn't
On,
anything for show.
Please visit us again.
All right.
It really is kind of trivial at this point.
I was thinking I missed out.
That's why I put that thing. I was like, hey, I just got the new Corsair 9000 3D printer.
Yeah.
You know. So I was like, yeah, let me know, because all you gotta do is I just take someone out to Armistice, or actually no, you just go to Crew L1, right? You're in my party. You come on board. You take stuff off the rack. I then am sitting in the pilot seat. I then repair my ship, and then they blink back in, and you
Yeah.
can just keep up getting them. Yeah.
That's cool. How much is that
So-
repair bill though? How much do they charge you for the railguns?
Not much, just for railguns, but I pull everything off the racks, so I have like FS9s, S71s, P6LRs. It's 50K.
Yeah,
That's
so
not
It's
bad.
worth. It's worth.
Not
yeah.
terrible. No.
that's how you crash
Gotta
the
go do
price
that
of
with some
railguns.
sniper
Right there.
rifles.
Yeah, sure. Salty Mike's salty. Can't sell his. Can't do his. What is it? The mercenary selling.
Yeah, the arms
Oh,
dealer
yeah, arms
thing.
His
Dealing,
arms dealer.
Arms dealing is cool theory in the game though. I kind of like the idea.
Technically, this is arms dealing when
Yeah.
you really think about it.
Oh.
If no one wants to waste the time doing it, you could just be like, "Hey, jump on board, pay me this, and I'll give you those."
Yeah.
Yep.
1 second. I did notice slower, but I had no idea the hydration cool detail. Thanks for the heads up. Oh, no problem. No problem at all.
Or if they need it for events and shit.
Welcome
Yeah.
to the ASOP vehicle
There's no way I'm
retrieval
using all of
system.
them.
Yeah, I think
Vehicle
if we have
selected.
that many
Stand
railguns,
by.
we should probably just
Your
like,
vehicle has been delivered to the following
always
location.
have railguns on us.
I
Why
even checked
not?
next patch. They haven't changed any of this. This has actually been low-key available to do since the beginning of 3.18, essentially. Like
Yeah.
January. Yeah.
Since PES went into effect, I think is when they said it started.
So it's technically like weapon insurance, is what it is.
Yeah. Because you're
Yeah.
paying it to get it back. Oh, not
Yeah.
only that, Dead, on the top like pistol section, I put a multi-tool fitted out with like,
Nice.
tractor, and you get those back every time. The only thing you can't do is use sub-found items. So if you find like a multi-tool, it's like called a Quicksilver multi-tool.
Yeah,
Those won't come back. So,
yeah. Okay.
but yeah, like med guns.
And isn't it
like,
the
great.
sub pistols and sub rifles too? Like if they've
No.
got the name
Probably.
on them or something.
No, those are fine. The ones that are named colors, like Nighthawk, that's fine. Those will come back. Just no like things you
okay.
can purchase in the store.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like the green FS9. or
Yeah, you
whatever.
can't do those.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, I should definitely like kit out my C2 then. So there's just always
Absolutely.
guns on it. Every time we're dropping it, so you need
Oh,
guns
The
on the rack.
A2 has an armory too.
Dude, the
doesn't it?
A2 M2 Armory is legit as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I have all
Yeah,
those.
I
armor.
got both of them.
Oh, and by the way, the Carrack does not. You cannot put railguns. Someone kept saying you could. You can.
No, it doesn't have a large spot.
There's no
for
large ones in
Right.
Yeah.
the
Carrack.
Carrack.
I think we
But
were talking
my
about that last
890
night.
Yeah, but my 890 has 4 separate armories that have 8 slots, so there's 32 guns. So one whole one is like
God.
FS9s.
Where
The other
are
one's
the armories on
P6.
that thing?
A journey worth taking.
So
Systems
you know where you walk into that first
You are
hallway?
clear to launch.
There's an elevator at the end of it. I can't really. It's hard to explain. Oh no, I know where it's at. So if you're looking at the basketball court, it's to the right. It's the right doorway. You walk all the way down that way, and you kind of walk towards. You get to the elevator. It's in that same hallway where the elevator is, and there's
Okay.
huge.
You have a basketball court in that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It's the
just
hangar.
for, like, yeah.
There's basketball nets there though.
Yeah, there's like a hoop in there with the like painted on the ground, like free throw line and stuff.
Oh my god.
But I mean, imagine like
Yeah,
the tractor being basketball. I don't
that'd
know.
be hilarious. If they put basketball in, that's exactly what it would be, is tractor ball.
Get a
Yeah.
pico ball and
Tractor,
a
yeah,
tractor
the pico,
beam.
pico ball. All right,
That's
you're
funny.
out. My house.
Well, I remember the other day you did.
Thank you.
Alright, so got everything loaded up here. I think I'm going to... Where should I stop at? I don't think I need to go to Grimhex. I do need to go to Grimhex at some point. Go to Grimhex now or later is the question. What should I do? I think I'm gonna go stop by the Grand. I think I'm gonna load up the C2 first, then go to Grimhex. I think that's the move. Alright, we're out of atmosphere here. Let's go somewhere quiet. We're gonna go to Selin.
Attachments on the guns, they come back like that too. So like they're all. If you kit out like a, suppressor, something with a special an 8x
Oh.
scope instead of the 16s. Yeah, they'll all come back like that. It's pretty crazy.
Now,
Never
Mesa,
should anybody. What's up?
I was gonna say, have you been on the PTU?
Yeah, I was just there. I was on last night a little bit.
It's just fixes and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing crazy. Either they reverted the vulture thing that I found the other patch ago, like one patch back PTU.
Yeah.
Because before the PTU you could push out 3 boxes and it would push one off the
Okay,
conveyor
yeah.
without. So there would have been 3 total. So you'd at least have the 1 extra.
Yeah.
And then they made it so when you took it off the thing, if it was getting obstructed, it just auto pushed out the next one. You didn't have to go up and click it.
Yeah.
Well, I got on last night and it was all back to normal, like how we play it on live now. So I was
Interesting.
like,
Interesting.
yeah.
What was I gonna say? Do you think that we'll see that pushed out like tomorrow? So like any reason why they wouldn't? Like, is it stable and everything?
I'd say it is. I mean, the PU, or actually just the current PU is not. I was on all morning like today, and it was working fine. So I don't know.
Seems to not be bad right now. Like my server FPS is,
Quantum travel
like 6. Well, it's a little lower than that now, but I did 30k earlier. But
Yeah. Well, they did announce something today. If you noticed, it said they're not going to have a build, but they're going to have a build tomorrow, which tells me, yeah, they probably won't push that live tomorrow, because if it's going to be just a PTU build, they're probably not going to push it.
how nice would it have been if they like dropped that for the weekend so the Jumptown was
Kind of a little
like,
better.
Hold on.
fresh.
Yeah.
We hope it would have been.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird stuff still happening on PTU though. Like,
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly all this stuff, but last night I wasn't having the greatest time.
Yeah.
Just stuff was happening. I was doing like salvage stuff.
Yeah.
I did a bunker and it wouldn't. Like one of the guys stayed behind. I couldn't finish it. It was just like a lot of like normal stuff we
Yeah.
deal with. It seems like. Oh, and by the way, there's supposed. Oh, we think we found a way to fix the people standing on the benches.
No
Not a
way.
chance. Not a chance.
No.
I got on there and there's just like people after
Standing
people
everywhere.
standing on.
More
Yeah.
people on benches. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I jokingly said, "Well, wait. What if that person decided they wanted to stand on that bench?" Like,
Yeah. The AI is so
like,
good
who's-
that like they're making
Yeah.
their own decisions now.
Yeah, they're making their own decisions. Like we can't tell them not to stand on a bench. It's their bench.
Yeah, they want to stand on benches. They're standing on benches.
Stand
Yeah.
on benches. Stand on
Yeah.
our fucking head.
Are you doing Jumptown tonight for anything? Because I might
No.
jump in to do some. Oh,
No.
okay. You're just doing prep.
Yeah, I was just loading up the C2, moving parts around, getting my spawn set, getting ready to
perfect. I
go
was like,
for
yeah.
tomorrow.
Are you thinking tomorrow? Okay, cool. I'm gonna do the same tonight.
I'm sure, like, Friday evening, people are gonna want to do something,
Oh yeah.
and then
Hit them up on the
Saturday,
old
probably
daily
hit it hard.
activity thing, you know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm prepping for the same thing.
Yep. I'm getting
Yeah,
my
since I
M2,
got
the
that
A2,
reclaimer
everything
on.
all done.
Because if we can get people like hyped up for if we're playing Friday and there's a bunch of people out doing Jumptown, kind of be like, yeah, fuck, who's down for tomorrow? It'd be easier to probably set up, like, especially if the server's running and people aren't getting like fucked over. To be like, oh, I definitely can't wait for a weekend to Jumptown. Right now, it's kind of a hard sell, being like, come get on.
I know.
Like, try
that's
your
what's
luck.
tough is that's why people haven't, I don't think, been really jumping on
Nah.
because of what
People
they've
are just
experienced
waiting.
the last week or yeah.
Well, it's been a lot better since Free Fly ended.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, true. It has.
Even
but
the
like,
global
try
chat.
telling those,
To the ASOP
try telling
vehicle
those
retrieval
people, right?
system.
Like the ones that are like, nah, I'm just gonna wait, you know. It's like, no, come back. No, it's,
Yeah,
it's
please. Don't give up on
good.
Like-
Please.
Star Citizen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my brother owns the. I gave him the original account. Like
Yeah.
this was first a Kickstarter. Because I was like, there's not much on there that's any different than what I have now. So I ended up gifting all my ships to this account. So this account's maybe a year old.
Yeah.
What kind of special stuff do you have? You should have something good.
I've got a decent. Actually, I think you and me were talking about ships last night.
No, I'm saying like, do you have any like Mustang Omegas or like any of those like rare ships?
I've got a couple of them. Some of them from like the trophies and stuff from the original stuff.
Oh yeah. You're talking about, like the hangar, like flare
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
I have an estate land claim.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
They're super useful. Wait,
I was
where-
like, and I don't have a use for it.
Well,
It's like the land claim is 4x4 kilometers, and the estate's what 8x8.
Yeah. This fucking game, it stole 2 of my AD4Bs. I just spent a fortune on them. The
Yeah, they're
fuck?
what 130 or another 40,000 a piece.
Yeah, I just bought like a group of like a couple of them, you know what I mean? And I put 4 on my ship, and I grabbed another 4. Now there's only 2 here. What the hell?
Well, shit. Do you want me to break out the hammerhead and just have you fucking rip them off?
No, because I needed my own ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For the Centurion, because I wanted to try doing something, but now I have to
Like
fly back to
reloads?
Warson. Like it was not. It's just not good that it did that. It's just annoying. Like, it didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
Because I wanted. One thing I was
hey.
testing out
Vehicle
Mesa
retrieval
was
system.
pulling all the coolers and stuff out of the Centurion
Uh-huh.
and putting the ballistics on it and seeing if it still runs.
Oh yeah. It's where there's no EM practice.
I'll be right
It's
back.
more like a ballista. I was gonna tell you, do you want me to put like I don't fly my hammerhead stuff, so do you want me to put 84s on my hammerhead and just take
Yeah.
it up to space?
Yeah, so it's just
Dude, I
like
could
our
do that.
resupply vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay, so I left the CryoStar SL in, but I pulled the other 2 Frost Stars that are size 1s, pulled them out. And I'm going to leave all the other parts in. And then I'm going to
Kind of see where it sits.
pull off the Rhinos. Now, I only have, sadly, 2 ADs here. Because the other 2 got lost in the mail, pretty much. So I'll
You know
throw
what we need
them
to
on.
do, Dad? I think it was Lights Echo, or we were just talking about it last night. He had a good point. We should honestly go to wherever the most popping
Welcome to the
OM,
ASOP
the
vehicle
orbital
retrieval
marker
system.
Yeah.
for the next Jumptown, and just drop ballistas in that section. Like,
Yeah.
that's all you do. Just put like 3 or
Like
4 of them up
OM5, you
there.
mean? Yeah.
Yeah, and then just like start just nuking whoever shows up into it.
Vehicle
Like,
Yeah,
if
because
we can.
you'd catch them off guard for sure.
Yeah.
I think the idea of just
Your
leaving
vehicle
a
has been
like an
delivered to the following
eclipse
location.
sitting there too is
Please
also a
visit us
valid
again.
option.
True. Yeah.
But like the ballistas people would not. They'd be like, wait, what?
Yeah.
You know how they kind of float weird in space. I think you could drop them off at like the prime location if you did it right, where it's like kind of below the OM marker, so they can shoot up at it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
I was just thinking that would have been kind of like interesting to just like cut it off at the
100%.
head, you know, just.
All right, so I pulled the coolers out of this thing. Start this thing up. It's running. Okay.
Online.
Okay. It drives. Now let's pull it out of Armistice Zone.
Holy shit!
I
A
don't really have to
million,
do this, but
a million aUEC for 2484s. Oh,
I know, man. They add up.
Yeah. But here's my question: once you put them on and then you pull them off, can I claim it again, or are
Yeah.
they going to be empty?
No, you can claim it again. Now, here's the thing, though.
Okay.
I don't think you have to pull them off to strip them. I think you just need to pull them off. Like you'll be switching back and forth. You know what I mean? So like, you know what I'm kind of saying is like, so if everyone who has a Centurion sets it up to be a ballistic Centurion, and then you have the Hammerhead set up to be a ballistic Hammerhead, that Hammerhead like lands, switches the guns with the empty Centurion onto the Hammerhead.
So you don't lose them.
You don't lose anything. You just put full ones on the Hammerhead or the Centurion, and then the Hammerhead has empty ones, and then it flies over and rearms. So it reloads them all. So the Hammerhead is literally just a gun delivering vehicle that has the guns on it, like waiting. You know what I mean?
No, that's a good idea. That is a great idea. That's what I wanted to do if they would have made a ballista like reloading, where you just throw missiles, like, you know, on a ship somehow. But they obviously aren't going to do that. You know, do the same thing. You go around to each ballista and you rearm them. Like that would have been kind of cool.
Yeah, but you can't pull the missiles off the ballista.
Yeah,
can you?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wish they did this, like what we were just talking about.
Right.
But they can't. They're not working.
Yeah, because I think I tried it and I couldn't get the missiles off the ballista.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure, Bitewell. And more than welcome to join us. We'll be out there for sure.
Into 319 thing, and it just
So Mesa, as of now, this works. This totally works. Like you can pull the 2 size 1 coolers out of the Centurion. If it has ballistics on it, everything operates perfectly fine. It just has 2 less components in it.
You don't need shields either, man.
I could probably pull them too.
I would pull shields.
Here's what I'm thinking. Usually the Centurion, you can find it from like a kilometer away. I'm about to fly up in my ship here and see how far away I can pick it up. Then I'll park it, pull the shield out of it, and then I'll try it again and see if it's even lower.
Yeah.
And I know you can check the like EM and IR or whatever.
Technically, you just turn them off. Wouldn't that still give you the same thing if you just totally shut shields off?
I guess so.
Maybe just do that. Just hit U, or not U, but O.
Because if somebody sees these things and starts shooting it, like it's over anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't last long, even with shields. I remember that when we were doing the last Jumptown with Bo. He was in one, just kind of got destroyed pretty quick.
Yeah.
I still got to go back and buy all that crap over again. I'm so pissed.
What stuff's that?
You know what? I'm going to go do that right now. I got to go buy ballistas and Centurions again because everybody lost all their stuff, you know?
What the hell? Oh, I'm 30K.
Oh, I just joined.
Yeah, I just did.
God damn. Good thing I was just at the showroom.
Okay, so that's the reason why I got another Constellation Andromeda. Because I got the Crucible, that's a
No, it recovered.
Ship.
No way.
Did it?
Yeah,
oh, mine
it recovered.
I didn't check mine.
Yeah.
See, I'm looking to see what all these...
Okay, so Centurion...
I have all these weird ships that I didn't know I had.
Just
Vulcan
noticing,
is the Starfarer. Okay, so that's why I have 2 Starfarers.
This
Alright,
is
I'm
weird.
What is?
I'm
I ain't
picking
buying
up
a damn thing.
I'm picking up the Centurion as a box from 1400, like from pretty far away, flying in towards the box. I'm 1,000 meters away. 1,000 meters away, I can target the Centurion in the C2.
What?
Yeah.
But don't they have? Isn't it something weird where if you've already found it, like
Is that
it's
it?
not the same? It's not the same as like if you
Okay,
like,
I'm gonna fly away.
stumbled upon it.
I'm gonna fly away so it totally like drops off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, because there's also in the Centurion, you have to go inside and there's switches to turn everything down to like low power.
Yeah, it's like
So
stealth mode. There's like
Yeah.
I'm gonna try
Yeah.
that.
So, like,
too.
You turn all the lights off on the interior down the night lights, it should drop it down to almost like 700 meters before you can pick them up.
Yeah, here's the crazy thing. Okay, there we go. The box finally dropped off of it at 10k away. So it was like, it was being like, you know, that's not how it was supposed to work. I'm just gonna keep pinging. What's up, Dag? How you doing?
that's what I was wondering if you own that ship, it might be like a weird
Yeah.
like
I
thing.
probably need
you
one of
know,
you guys
like,
to try it for me.
yeah, like go to a site or something and do it.
Okay, 2k away. Doesn't pick up. Now here's the thing. I'm 1,500 meters away and I get a box on its location. And then at 900 it pops up as a blue chevron.
Okay.
So like I think we have to get like one of you guys to test this one.
Yeah. I'm at. I can. Where are you at right now?
Not tonight, Dag, but I will be tomorrow. We're just getting set up.
I have to go buy one.
I'm at
Hurston right now.
I'm at Hicks right now, so I gotta go to Babbage. So I don't know if you want to like meet me out there, because I'm gonna make my way out there.
Engines off.
All right,
Why? Because that's technically my home spawn, so like all my stuff's there.
Yeah, I'll run to Lorville, buy one.
Because I bought that Centurion paint, the ice paint, so that it blends in better as well.
Right.
That is a good paint.
Yeah. It fits every Jumptown, like way better than the stock thing. Probably all day tomorrow, Dag.
One of the few ground vehicles I actually bought with lifetime insurance.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like the Centurion way better than the Ballista.
I mean, we all bought them with lifetime, and then we just ended up upgrading them.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's
I haven't
what did.
upgraded mine
I
yet.
upgraded my to my Corsair from the Centurion.
Dude, anything that was like that, like any ground vehicle, has probably been upgraded to something pretty big right now for me. So I'm
I
sure
did
the
that with the
Furies at
Spark.
some point might do it. I don't know.
I've
already
this
upgraded those.
Loner Matrix before I did this. I bought that
Yeah,
pack like I was talking about. The 20.
Sweet, if you're doing it when I get home, I'll be down to join. Yeah, you're more than welcome to join in. Yeah. You should be good. If you are on though, Dag, if you want to get ready, like maybe get a Centurion, maybe a Ballista, whatever. What I want to do is we're going to try doing the Ballistic Centurions. I need to go buy some more 84Bs, but yeah. That's the plan too.
Yep.
I'm sitting there like I was looking at the ASOP terminal. I was like, why the hell do I have all these C2s? I was like, I have an M2 and an A2. Now I've got like 2 C2s. I had 2 Hull A's. I was like, holy crap. And then the SRV gives you another prospector. So I've got 3 prospectors right now, 2 vultures, because I had a vulture and a prospector to begin with. And then I had the hoplite for the Legionnaire.
The 3 prospector thing doesn't make sense unless you actually bought one in game and you had one solo pledged and you got something from a loner.
That's the way I got it.
So you had one you already bought in game.
I had one I bought for 155.
Yep, that's the solo.
With
or the
lifetime
standalone.
insurance. Well, I mean with 120 month insurance. Then one came with the Tycoon pack.
Oh, that's right. It comes with a solo
And-
one as well.
And a vulture. It came, and I already had a vulture.
Yeah.
So I'm going to end up upgrading those because those both have 120-month insurance on them. But
Gotcha.
the pack has lifetime insurance.
Yeah.
And then I've got the Legionnaire.
All right, let's try out some more stuff. I need to get on the make some money bet. Oh, I hear you, Dag.
Please proceed to assign land.
I don't have a whole lot myself right now. Alright, so
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
my ballista and my tank, I'm gonna throw that on and then deal with the Centurion here very shortly.
I think keep the LTI Prospector and keep the LTI Vulture.
Yeah.
And then upgrade the two standalone ships.
Honestly, the 120 doesn't even matter anyway, because come like IAE, you can do it all over again. So who cares?
Welcome.
Yeah, that's how
to
I
the
got them in the
ASOP
first place.
vehicle
Was when
retrieval system.
IAE came, I melted all my ships, and then I basically rebought them with store credit for the 120-month insurance versions.
Yeah.
Vehicle selected.
And I was like, wow,
Stand by.
cool. So
I
I upgraded
think-
basically everything.
I think
Oh, and then I've got a
Vehicle
damn
has been delivered to the
because I
following
got the
locations.
A1.
Goodbye.
Ew, my tank is stock. What the hell?
Welcome.
I swear,
To the
we
ASOP
did
vehicle
Jumptown
retrieval
since
system.
the patch, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, you guys did it a couple days ago, actually.
Yeah,
No,
we
I
did
mean,
it with,
like- I mean, like we did like a, or was that 318.2 when we did Jumptown last, like large scale?
18.2, I think, was what we did
Yeah.
large
Yeah.
scale.
Yep.
I think it was 0.2, yeah.
If you're talking about the BSI
Alright.
one, that was
Yeah.
18.2 for sure. Yeah.
All right, so I have to re-upgrade everything and put on paints and do everything. So, because I just pulled out my tank and bone stock.
Yep.
Dang.
That's what I was in Microtech doing earlier, was doing all the vehicles, ground vehicles, because I had all the stock, like coolers and
Now
all the stock power plants and
You can't-
everything.
you can't buy AD4s at Babbage, can you?
No.
I don't know.
So I'm gonna have to go back to Orson just to buy 2 more guns. It's stupid.
I mean, I'm here now.
Yeah, but I technically I want them to be like
Actually, you know what? You do need to. 'Cause
repairable
if you
ones.
take them. Yeah. I was gonna say if you take it off mine, it doesn't count. So you're right.
They give you a freaking Nova
Wait.
and an Aurora for the Storm.
Yes.
Yeah, the Aurora is just for arena commander purposes. That's how they do a lot of those.
I was wondering why I had an Aurora, because I was like, where the hell did I get an Aurora for? But it's because I got the Storm. I spent way too. I spent $2,800 on this fucking.
I didn't even get gifted, and I spent more than that. Honestly.
Yeah, the robber says his hands in all of our pockets.
I'm
Too
actually
deep in
like.
some of our pockets.
I'm actually almost like on my way to the executive. Honestly. At this point.
I forgot what they. I got 2 levels just for buying the pack and what I bought on.
All right. So we have to swing by Grimhex, and then we have to go out to Babbage. Then I have to pimp out everything when I'm at Babbage. Then load everything up. Later. All right, Uncle Filth. Have a good one. Raid. Oh shit! Thank you, Uncle Filth. Is that you, Raw? You have a different selling at Raw later. Oh damn. All right, have a good one, Uncle Filth. Thanks, Raiders. Yeah, thanks, Raw. Thanks for stopping by. I was tripping, Raw. I thought I don't know why. Yeah, I was tripping. Yeah, no, Hearts do roll. What were you playing some Star Citizen today, or what were you playing? And as well, you getting ready, you gonna do some Jumptown this weekend with us, Raul? Just a player bounties, nice, nice. Yeah, I'm just trying to get set up for Jumptown here. Yeah, if the servers bless us. Yeah, no. They how were they running for you today? I got 30K once here, but servers been really bad the past few days. No, yeah, they have been. I was like kind of lucky that it wasn't too bad. The last bit. For how's things going? I have like 8 server
Quantum
FPS
travel
here.
complete.
That's not the worst, I guess. Could be worse. Alright, totally was okay, but I fell through the ship and armor kept getting deleted. Oh, that's lovely. I already had something stupid like that where I just bought a
Quantum
bunch of
travel
guns and
engaged.
ship
Quantum
components
travel
and other things
complete.
like that. And then I put them on my ship and now they're gone. So I just spent a fortune. You know I gotta do this. Ghost Hollow was running badly. Yeah, it's not good. You know I can't help myself. Is this a Connie just floating out here in space?
Thank you, and please visit again.
Oh, he's parked. What's this guy doing? Sitting in Armistice zone, is he? What's he got on this bad boy? Rhinos. Alright. You know me, I gotta do some rat shit here. Let's unload all my gear first. Let's move it all to Grimhex. I don't have anything at Grimhex, god. Is he just sitting there chilling, is he? Yeah, I don't think he's doing anything exciting. I don't know why I really want to.
Target friendly.
Can we convince this guy to fight? I don't think he's super interested. Got someone else out here on the horizon, do we? They ain't a Scorpius. Probably his buddy. Is he booming away? He's actually running away. Come on, buddy. Come on, I'm in a C2. What's this guy doing though? He's still just sitting here. Yeah, he's just parked in Amazon. Now, you know I can't help myself. Is he decoupled? He is decoupled. This is why you don't go AFK, Gremlins. I can't help myself. I wanted to see the ADs go burr. I'll shoot that little snub off there. Did he just log? No way. Wait, what? How's he 7 kilometers away? What's going on here? Something suspicious going on here. Burn.
Target destroyed.
Wait, where'd he go? Now this is confusing. What is the game doing right now? Where'd that guy go? I'm confused. That's weird voodoo magic. This is weird voodoo magic. I don't know what's going on here. Look at all the salvage too. I'm not super interested in doing salvage right now. I know the guys have been dying to find stuff like this around. These salvage panels. There's like some decent money on these. Alright, enough messing around. Let's grab my stuff and get out of here. I couldn't help myself though. You know, it's like the scorpion and the frog. It's just in my nature. I kind of wish he was there so he could have fought back, but whatever. And I don't think I technically killed the guy either. I think I just put him in soft death, so he shouldn't lose his gear or anything. But I couldn't help myself. Let's get into armor zone. Grab my stuff and let's move onward. Vehicle, everything, move all. Good, everything. Got my railgun, got everything. Okay. So now, sadly, we have to fly back down to Orson. See what all the guys are. Yeah, there's
Where are
some...
we meeting up to stage?
What is that?
Where are we meeting up to stage?
Oh, I'm not doing Jumptown right now. I'm just getting ready for tomorrow. Are you all good to go for tomorrow, Eunice?
I mean, as ready as I really can be.
Yeah.
Where's it gonna be at tomorrow?
I'm not sure. I don't know where it's at today, to be honest.
It's Crusader.
That's where it is now?
Yeah.
So it's probably gonna be.
I wonder if it's there all week.
Quantum travel.
I thought it was at AirCorp the other day, so it must still be going in its rotation. Alright, so I gotta hit Orson, I gotta buy 2 more guns, I gotta hit Babbage, upgrade all my stuff, and then load some vehicles up. So I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty much at that point. I got the Corsair upgraded, the Retaliators upgraded, and the Hammerheads upgraded. Happy with
Nice.
that.
Now, Mesa, I still want to try out that Retaliator orbital bombardment thing with like a group of us.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is we've not either we're like going in fully ready for Jumptown and then we kind of just like clean up. Like what I'm waiting for is one of the times when we go to Jumptown and we get pushed out of Jumptown because like it's not going well. Then I want to go do the orbital bombardment. You know what I mean? But it never happens.
Never does.
What do you mean? Orbital bombardment?
So
Like to take it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like the range on the torpedoes on the Retaliator is 30 kilometers. So
Yeah, it's insane.
you can park 25 kilometers up, point your Retaliator at Jumptown, load up 4 torpedoes, and if you had like a groupie up there, just start launching torpedoes at the ground in like quick succession. So you just start dumping all your torpedoes down at Jumptown, and you just pepper the area with like explosions. And you know, you could do it more strategically than that if you had a spotter on the ground, but I like the idea of just like kind of carpet bombing from space the whole area.
Yeah, you're safe. You're out of the picture, and you're literally size 9s. Like, there's not much that's gonna hold up against that.
Yeah, now if you start like launching them, because you can see the terrain from 25 kilometers up very good. So you could be like, you know, one Retaliator, you target the left hill. The other Retaliator, you target the right hill. The other Retaliator start bombarding all around the building. You know what I mean? And then that would like get rid of any ballistas that are laying around. And if you had a spotter on the ground, he'd be like, oh, there's ballistas in that hill, and then you'd shoot a size 9, and he'd be like, all right, a little to the right, and then shoot another one.
Yeah.
Because we had a guy do it to us, and it was super effective one time. Like, they must have had a spotter on the ground that was, like, giving them target coordinates. Because, like, out of nowhere, size 9s would just, like, come from nowhere. Just literally from nowhere and just, like, hit our ballistas, like, direct hits. And we were like, what the hell?
I just got interdicted.
By NPCs, I imagine.
Yeah, it looks like NPCs.
Thank you.
Let's see. They just didn't transfer here. Okay, they just didn't transfer. Okay, I can't move all? Why not? Okay, that's better. I don't even have to go buy these things back. Nice. Very nice. That saved me a lot of hassle, right? Those guns that I said were missing, they were still just stored at Orson for some reason. They're being weird.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, did you see what they just talked about with, like, they had something come out about stuff disappearing? They're like, oh, make sure you transfer it and then pull it back and then transfer it again. And I'm like, Jesus, guys.
It's like, make sure you just fix this, please.
Yeah, make sure.
So now I just have to go to new bad
player. I wonder if another player. Oh, I think I got a crime stat. He charged me.
What?
Did you blow up a ship when it was white?
I think 2 of us were quantum to Hairston, and we both got pulled out of quantum because I was attacking NPCs, and this dude was lit up red. So I shot at him.
Did he just give you destruction? Did you kill him, or?
Oh, I blew him up. I'm assuming he's dead because the ship it literally exploded.
Yeah. Mason, did you see that thing that Too Fat just put in Veteran? Where it's like the person with that septum piercing thing, like,
oh my god,
you know, like you know how the women like to get that, like, you know, the cow ring in their like middle nose thing.
Middle nose.
It's one of those people, and it's like they're passed out, and his buddy's coming up with like a 9-volt battery, going to fucking touch both ends of it.
Yeah. I've seen that one before. I've seen it.
That'd be so
I know
funny.
exactly which one.
That's so funny. That suck.
Only for the first like 7 seconds.
Yeah. Might be one of those people that get off on that type of thing.
Well, you know.
I just like whenever I see those things and they have the ring through the nose, it just makes me think of cows. And it's like, you know, a rope supposed to be tied to that so you can like tow them around.
Yeah.
It's very weird to me that people like choose to get that done to themselves.
I know someone who did it to themselves.
Yeah.
Dude, I hate this game sometimes when the inventory just keeps like, it doesn't like you and it like keeps kicking it back, and then it doesn't like you to the point that it starts spinning to try to reset whatever fuckery's going on.
Yeah, like when you put gear on and it has like a gray outline around it, and it's like not actually on.
Yeah.
Let's just wait till it's actually on.
Sometimes if you like put it on a weight, it actually goes on, but sometimes it just reverts back to the inventory when you're like long gone. Now, Edith, here's a question. I forget now because I've run into so many people. How did I run into you? Do you remember?
You shot me as I was walking into Jumptown one day.
Ah, okay, yeah. So how I met like a lot of people.
Yeah, pretty much.
Were you one of the guys that you're like unconscious on the ground? I started like talking to you.
Yeah.
It's funny.
And then you handed me a gun and said, "Hold the door."
The boys always laugh at me. Or not laugh at me, but they're always like, "Stop recruiting everyone. We need people to kill." But like, I always at Jumptown do the like offer the olive branch, and then if they like refuse the olive branch, then kill them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think you killed me. I think you told me to hop in a turret.
Oh, probably on like a hammerhead, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to do more stuff like that just to like meet some new people. Because like every time I get on, there's always like tons of people on that like if I wanted to get a hammerhead going, like we always have enough for it. But I need to start going back in the chat and being like, who wants to come do X stupid thing, and then see who I find.
I'm always down for some hammerhead fun.
Same. I was so pissed the other day when like we had the hammerhead out. We went to Ghost Hollow. We killed some people. Everything was going great.
You got it.
And then another hammerhead showed up. And we actually got in a hammerhead versus hammerhead fight. And that was great. And we ended up winning that fight pretty much. But they didn't blow up. They just jumped away. And then they got mad and came back with a ton of little bullshit ships and just rammed them all into the hammerhead. And they were like, we won. It's like, what is wrong with people?
You had a size
That's
9
not winning.
Not even is it not winning, like hammerhead versus hammerhead battles, especially like an impromptu one over Ghost Hollow, is like some of the coolest shit that's in this game. And like the fact that they didn't want to like keep doing it and they just want to like ram you to death, it's like why? Why couldn't we just keep fighting in the hammerheads?
Yeah, I love my fucking hammerhead.
Because you expect too much.
I know. Expect too much of others. Oh, well. I can't wait until there's like some more hammerhead-like vehicles in the game. Like the Perseus and, you know, even maybe like the Polaris, I guess. Even though it's like, the Polaris is more like based around the torpedoes. But like just using the guns on it. What is it?
A whole different ball game. Like the Polaris actually has a capital ship components.
But I mean, like, I personally am of the perspective that I think the hammerhead, instead of having 2 size 3 shields, should have 1 capital class shield on it. I think it would make the hammerhead so much better, because then it wouldn't be able to be one shot by a size 9. Like the size 9
Yeah,
would
I
put the
agree with
shield
that.
down and then red the hull, but not totally kill it in one shot.
Yeah, not one shot it.
Yeah, it would take 2
The
shots.
hammerhead is supposed to be that like
Yeah.
front line, heavily armored. We're in here to fight.
Well, what it technically is it's supposed to be part of a fleet, where it's like, let's say you have your capital ships out, you have your Perseus, which is like your corvettes and stuff, and the hammerhead's supposed to be in there with the group that is anti-light fighter like repellent.
Your
So
screener.
if light fighters start coming in, the hammerhead's just there for like close range anti-light craft support is what it's supposed to be for, which is like, it's meant to kill light fighters is what it's meant for.
Quantum travel.
That's what I was telling my buddy the other day, because like the Perseus is even smaller than the hammerhead
Yeah, but
by almost 15 meters.
yeah, exactly. It's just like it slightly has a different role. It's not supposed to kill small ships. It's supposed to be like a subcap killer, or like you use like a 3 group of Perseus to gang an Idris and just like shit on it.
That's what I was saying. It's like the Retaliator. Its sole purpose is to hunt above its weight class and get out of dodge.
Yeah. And also the Perseus is supposed to be good at ramming too, because it's supposed to have like a super heavy hull, and that point on it is supposed to like, split ships in half. Somewhat like
next to the hammerhead, the Perseus is supposed to be the heaviest armored ship in the game. Outside of your super capitals.
I'm trying to find something here, because I always forget about this. Where's it at? The Polaris. Pull this thing up. So the Polaris is not that big. It's only 155 meters, so it's just slightly bigger than a hammerhead. But
As hammerhead's what, 115?
Yeah. Now,
and the Perseus is 100.
All right, so here's the thing about the Perseus is like, it's the size of like a C2. But here's the thing that's interesting about the Polaris. Even if you don't use the torpedoes and the missiles on the Polaris, it has 5 twin sets of size 4s on it. So it, like, gun-wise, has like a hammerhead worth of guns on it. And then it also has a twin set of size 5s on it. So that's like the turret on a reclaimer. And then it has another twin set of size 4s, which I don't know why they're separated. So they must be like some sort of special gun or something. But it's a hammerhead with a reclaimer's top turret just in guns on it, besides the fact that it has torpedoes. So like that thing just like in a gunfight, like not using torpedoes, is still like a solid like vehicle.
That's pretty much one of the 2 ships I'm waiting on. So I kept the hammerhead.
Yeah.
And the second ship that I kept on to was the Polaris, for the fact that I'm like, alright, Polaris can hold more guys. Eventually when Pyro comes out, at some point we're going to be going deep space, and I have a feeling the order's going to come more to, hey, let's get out there with bigger ships, explore, and do our thing, and then like once we establish a base wherever.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of escort work, I think, after you start getting like inter-system trade routes going, and the same with like mining operations that are between systems. Where like you might be transporting like very large sums of ore and resources and money like between systems.
You're gonna have to.
Yeah, you're gonna have to,
because
like if you're transferring like a C2 filled with like, let's say it's new ore or something like that, or even like Quantanium and gold and all this, like you're getting close to like 10 million in one ship. Like, of course you would want to have like, a Perseus and like maybe a Polaris, like
well, that's the thing, like the Pioneer, Like the Pioneer coming out, like they've already said that in order to build a base, you're gonna have to use your miners, use your salvagers to farm these materials, refine them to feed your Pioneer to build your base.
Yeah. Now,
so you know your pirates are gonna be out there like, fuck it, why are we gonna do that when we just steal it?
Now, here's the question: is like, when do you think you'd actually like see the Pioneer? 'Cause I think that's a while away. That's what I think.
I think based off what they're doing right now, you might have similar stuff coming soon for Pyro. I don't know if necessarily you'll see the Pioneer, but you're gonna start seeing a lot of the shit that supports the Pioneer.
Yeah. I think Orion and like Pioneer type things are in the same kind of like time frame where it's like at least a couple years away.
Yeah. I don't think you're gonna see it until like Pyro. You might see it towards the end when they're like, "Hey, we're now gonna announce the third system that's gonna be available."
Yeah.
Because
That would
Pyro,
make
there's
sense,
no
like,
bases.
like coming out with like, let's say like a 5.0. Let's just say like a 5.0 version of the game is like the Nyx system as well. So then you have like Stanton, Pyro, Nyx, and you get like Delamar and all that stuff back. Like I could see, you know, getting some of that bigger stuff in the game then. Almost like Krakens as well. I really hope
Honestly,
that
I hope the Krakens come sooner.
I really hope they put the Liberator in, like early Pyro. I really think we need some sort of a carrier ship.
I think we need the Liberator now.
Well, listen, like you don't have to twist my arm. Like I'd take it right now.
Like for the size it is, it's not super big.
It's not huge.
It's about the size of the Reclaimer, lengthwise.
Yeah. Listen,
But
I'm
it
all
would give
for it.
us something that can actually, for org battles or whatever, like people want to have their fighter plane fights and all that shit. Like, hey,
Yeah. Like
we can actually do this now.
Jumptown's gonna be so much better when you see things like, when you see things like, Liberator coming into Jumptown. That's like, you know that it's like, there's a whole like army unit on that thing. Like, take that thing the fuck out before it hits the ground.
Yeah, you're about to have a battalion literally land in front of your face between the ground vehicles and the air vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because like right now, like C2's coming in. It's like, I don't know. Like, I find the Liberator definitely has way more of like a presence than a C2, even though the C2 can still hold a tank and 2 ballistas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like if they implemented armor, you would start seeing a lot more shit, as well as like the Valkyries would be viable if they got their gold standard with the armor. Your M2s with the upgraded armor would be a little bit more viable than the C2, only because of the armor.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Other than that, like right now, there's not a difference between the two.
That's why right now I say like C2 is the best ship, because like the M2, like yeah, you get one more gun, but you lose cargo space, and like there's no real benefit armor wise. What I really think though is, like, I don't know if I told you my thoughts on this before, but imagine if the M2, to make sense of why it has no cargo, or like less cargo space, lining each wall in the like actual cargo area should be jump seats down the sides of the walls. And then also that armory that's on the second floor, I would rather see that be like a small med room with like a Pisces level med bed in there. You know what I mean? So that it's like,
doesn't the
what is it?
Doesn't the M2 already come with jump seats?
I think there's like some seats upstairs, but I mean like, I want to see it like
room with jump seats.
I want to see it be
Right
like
after the armory.
like a C10, like, you know what I mean? Where like lining the walls in that cargo bay is just like all jump seats. It'd be so sick.
So It's funny you say that because I was actually watching a video earlier today where somebody was doing. Obviously, it's a fan-based
Yeah.
modules for the Galaxy, and one of them was a drop seat for the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Drop seat module. It literally, like, he had the whole thing lined up with armories. It was 28, almost 30 troops, Marines.
Now is that
each with their own armor rack.
Is that like Astro Chronicles? Is that what you're watching?
Yeah.
Now? Yeah.
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 He has some pretty cool stuff he does.
At some point, like I messaged him once, but I need to like actually get a hold of the guy. There's a ship in my mind that I want to see made, and I would love to see like what it would look like, even if it was like thought out, like how he does that stuff. But like,
yeah,
I call it like the Super Saber, and I want to see like a heavy fighter version of a saber, because right now all heavy fighters are like two-person ships. You know what I mean? I want to see a single seat heavy fighter with the look of a saber, where it's kind of that like wing, like flat, wide. But I want to see it be like a saber with like 4 size 4s on it. You know what I mean? So it'd just be like a single seat heavy fighter with like, maybe like, some size 2 shields in it. Like 2 size 2 shields or something like that. And then like 4 size 4s. Like, I don't even think that'd be super crazy. It would just be so nice to not, like, it still wouldn't have the damage output of like a Hurricane or like a Scorpius, but it would like almost have that much, but just be like a 1-seat ship. It'd be so cool. Maybe like a little bit of armor too.
Saber is still one of the faster small fighters, isn't it?
Well, the Saber's technically a medium stealth fighter, is what it's supposed to be. That's what it's called when you look at it.
Oh, they classify that as a fucking medium?
A medium stealth fighter is what that is. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty small for a medium.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, the Saber's a weird ship. It's kind of like in the middle, where it gets bested by the small ships, and it's like would get bested by the large ships too. Where it's like, I'd love to see like a variation of it, like I said, like a super saber, like a heavy saber. And yeah, the Saber does. Raw saying it goes 1,235 meters per second, so it's like pretty quick. Alright, I need to buy some parts here. Let's go. Systems. Let's go. Coolers. Who's that?
It's Raw.
Oh, what's up, Raw?
I had some real life chores to do before I could jump in.
Nice. Y'all done with your real life chores now?
Yeah, pretty much. I had to clean up my EC. It was leaking.
Yeah.
And just normal everyday shit we all have to do.
Yeah. Thanks for the raid as well.
You're welcome, brother. You're welcome.
I like
my
here's the other thing.
Viewers aren't into the game. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I have to figure out how to do that, because I have no idea how to do that, to be honest. I'm kind of.
Yeah, Twitch is like a casino, man. You got to set up all the bells and whistles, so you can hear when.
I'm a low IQ
happens.
Twitch user. Like, I don't use it that much.
My favorite streamers are low tier. I don't like all the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
I just do it because that's what the kids want.
Yeah, no. I really one thing that I should do, just because like most of the people who watch are on YouTube, but like there's people who chat on Twitch and on YouTube, but they can't see each other's chat. So I really should get that overlay where like the Twitch and YouTube comments go into like the one chat box.
Yeah, for sure.
So then they can talk to each other.
Once you start to do it and you wrap your head around it, it's you can add to it and it's easy enough in the future.
Yeah, it's definitely, because I just use that restream thing, so it just streams to both anyway. So if I'm going to keep doing that, I should probably do a little bit of infrastructure work on it.
Yeah, it's all about your goals. Like for me, it's a hobby. If you
Yes.
want to grow channels and stuff, then that's a lot of work.
Yeah, that's why it's like same with me. It's like pure hobby. It just I find it's like playing the game is fun, but then like playing the game and streaming is just like another level of like you have some people to chit chat with, and you know you're kind of like experiencing doing cool things with like like it's like if you were playing video games with like your boys. Do you remember back in the day when you're sitting there playing like PlayStation? And like, you know, there's like three of you sitting on the couch, and you're like, do that, or like, fucking check that shit out. Like, go look at that fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like
That's exactly how I describe Twitch, because people that want to rag on it will say like, why would you watch somebody gaming? And I'm like, because it brings back the couch. It's like the digital couch.
Yeah, no, it's fun, man. That shit was fun.
For sure.
Yeah, they never lived those days.
Yeah, I know. Like playing San Andreas and passing the controller back and forth.
Yeah.
Like, can I want to derail the train.
Yeah, taping the cardboard box to the TV so you couldn't split screen. Cheat.
Yeah, no screen peeking. It's like you're on the same screen. Those are the days.
That is sad because the kids nowadays, they just play online with their buddies from school,
Do you remember, like, I think you're a little older than me, Raul. I don't know if this...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if this game was, like, a thing for you. It was, like, it's one of those things where, like, the game at this perfect time, in this perfect, like, cycle of how the last, like, 20 years went. But I remember, like, I was in, like, grade 3. And, like, RuneScape was, like, the shit at my school. It was, like...
Oh, my God.
Yeah, RuneScape was popping off. And it was, like, early days of RuneScape. So, like, what? Like, 2000... Like...
2001? 2000 itself?
So, like, what year? So, let me think. So, how old was I? I would have been, like, 8. So, yeah, like, 2003, 2004, maybe even a little earlier than that, like 2002, 2003, 2004 type thing. So like I remember like RuneScape popped off, and for like one reason why it was so big was like the chat function in it, because like you would get home and you'd hop on RuneScape just to like talk to like the boys at school, you know what I mean? And then like MSN was a big thing, like kind of simultaneously and slightly after. But I remember RuneScape was super big just for chatting to like people from school. It was funny.
What was that? It was a lot easier than fucking AIM.
It was what?
Oh shit! I was in high school in 2002, 2003.
That's what I mean. Like,
But,
I'm not that.
AOL AIM.
What was the last thing you said? I missed that.
AOL Instant Messenger AIM.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah, we would get on and chat to each other through that while playing RuneScape.
Okay, yeah.
It was like your cold ops where people didn't have to type out loud.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I remember. Man, I remember like RuneScape then, because especially when I was in like elementary school playing RuneScape, like scamming people and shit like that was just like the top activity. Like I remember getting banned like so many times as a kid for like doing like armor trimming, like stupid shit like that. And then I think I was in like like grade 5 or 6. Like WoW became like it kind of replaced RuneScape.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, WoW was that was a big deal because that's when because RuneScape was the first MMO, but that's the first one I can remember people talking about, and I was like, that sounds lame. I don't want to play that. But then when WoW came around, that was the first time people were like, oof, I need to get a gaming PC.
Yeah.
Yeah, because before that was Dark Age of Camelot and EverQuest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now here's the thing, Raul. Like, did you ever play RuneScape?
No, that wasn't my jam. During that time, I was all about Halo and like racing games, like Forza, Gran Turismo. Like I used to do like Gran Turismo tournaments at the mall, I was really into that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It's one of those things though that I feel like you would kind of enjoy. Now RuneScape's weird because like there's like that kind of grind set to it. What is it?
it's a sandbox, right? Like you were saying, you could scam people and do a bunch of cool, fun stuff.
Yeah, it's a bit less of a sandbox because you know how like people metagame things into like Oblivion. It's a bit of that. It's like the culture of RuneScape, like it's now like being super up on things and like no XP waste and like grind set kind of outlook on playing it now, where it's like if you're not doing the thing that gives you like the absolute most XP, it's like, are you retarded? Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? But
and that's also because it's an old game. The older the game is, the more that the min max is like normal.
It gets solved.
Like if you're not min maxing, why are you even playing the game? You know?
Yeah. But like, I like it from the nostalgia of like just being a stupid kid and like running around and killing like fucking like giants and like just stupid.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't know why. I think you kind of like vibe out on like playing through that game because like the quests are actually like, I would almost say like don't use the like quest guides, but at the same time like you'll be like fuck this and then just have to use the guides. But I remember being a kid being like that shit was hard like when I was a kid, and I was somewhat like retarded as a kid too. When I went back and played it again when I was older, I was like, was I just stupid? Like how did I figure this out?
That's one thing you learn as you get older. You're like, man, I was dumb when I was a kid. And then you're a little bit older, it's like, man, I was dumb when I was in my early 20s. And then you just realize you're dumb, you know? Like, no matter what my age is, I'm wiser, but I'm still dumb.
You're stupid.
Yeah. For sure. But nostalgia is king when it comes to that stuff, man. It's like you can play some game music from certain periods of my life and I'll get a little misty. You know, it's like going through old family photo albums.
Has been sent.
That's what's sad about the MMOs is like when they're gone, they're gone. You know, you can't like save those and keep them around.
That's the best thing about what they did with RuneScape is they went back and opened up like old school RuneScape. So like they went back to that time when it was like pure nostalgia, and then we're like, let's fire that back up. And then not only did they fire it back up, but they're like, let's continue developing from like this perspective. Not like that's what I really wanted them to do with like World of Warcraft when they did the classic thing. I really wanted them to like when they hit like Wrath of the Lich King, just like, or it would almost be good if they did it in just like the classic era. But even if they were going to do back up to Wrath of the Lich King, like before it got super different, like go back to developing it like from that perspective. You know what I mean? And keep adding content, like how it used to be, like when it had that like different vibe.
Oh, hey, you sir.
You know, it's like that old adage where it's like you can't step in the same river twice. And it's kind of like that because nostalgia is powerful. But, you know, if I go back and crank up one of my old, like, 16-bit consoles or whatever, it's cool for about 10 minutes.
Can you give me a ride to my Hercules?
And then I put it down.
My Pisces is
and I think classic WoW's like that. You know, I think people picked it up. They enjoyed it for longer than most people thought it would. But I think all those servers are dead now, right?
It's still one of their top ones.
They had a resurgence a couple months ago. Like, it kind of popped off again, where it was like there was more people on it than almost when it like released. You know what I mean?
Is that because of hardcore? People are enjoying the hardcore game?
I don't know exactly what it was, but it was a bit of like people just kind of like, well, like once in a while I get a vibe of like it'd be so cool to just run around and check stuff out. One second, I ran into a guy here. He needs a ride. Yeah, buddy, I can give you a ride.
Thanks, homie.
How far do you got to go?
Well, that depends. If you want to let me just stand on top of your ground vehicle, my Pisces is literally just outside the door. Otherwise, it's 1,000 meters away.
Oh, I'll drive you 1,000 meters. Let me just grab a vehicle. This poor guy is stranded here at New Babbage. I gotta give him a drive. And then Shifting Gears is saying SOCOM.
Thanks, homie.
U.S. Navy SEALs 2. You guys missed out. I remember SOCOM. I remember playing SOCOM back in the day.
Yeah, I played all those games.
My Pisces kind of like jumped off the ground after I got out
one
of
called
it.
Siphon Filter. I really enjoyed that one too.
I remember that one.
And all the Metal Gears.
Do you remember what's it called? Okay, you know what was actually like an amazing thing, and it didn't quite get
Vehicle
the hype that I think it deserved, so it
Stand
didn't
by.
have like the full effort put
Your
into it.
vehicle has
And I
been
think if
delivered to the following
they did like
location.
another thing like this, it might almost catch on now. And I guess like the Steam Deck is pretty much like the best version of that, but like PSP was pretty awesome back in the
It
day.
was.
Please visit us again.
It was so much better than the Nintendo offer.
Yeah.
I can remember playing that thing on road trips and on airplanes and stuff. It's pretty badass.
Yeah.
I remember playing, I think, like siphon filter type games on the PSP. And they worked pretty well.
Yeah. And there was this one game, I forget what it was on PSP, but it was like kind of like a little dungeon crawler game where you like, you know, you went in, you killed the things in the dungeons, and then you came out and you went to the town, and then in the town you could buy like new gear, and then it was just one of those like loops. But I remember playing that at school so fucking much, just in my like desk. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Oh man, that shit was great. Skeet saying Twisted Metal 2. I'm not sure what that one was.
Oh man, the soundtrack on those Twisted Metal games, you know, they had like the old Rolling Stones songs, you know, like Paint It Black and stuff, and then you had the, what was the ice cream called? Ice cream guy. I can't remember.
Oh, thanks, buddy. You didn't need to send me any cash, but much appreciated.
Systems on.
Why not? See, it's right there.
Let me see if I can poke it down for you.
Paramount.
Oh, okay.
It's got what's his name?
I can also just jump on top of your rock.
Yeah, can you use that mining arm to poke your Pisces down?
The ice cream guy in there.
Sweet Tooth,
Cannibal.
that was his name.
Oh,
Sweet
shit,
Tooth,
I already
yeah,
jumped out.
the cannibal ice cream guy.
Here, let me try
That was
just jumping
such a
up.
dark video game. to
Yeah,
play.
yeah,
It
you
was
can't jump up
It
all.
was dark as it was
Dark,
fun,
man.
man. I mean, you just basically get in a car with guns and go kill everything.
Yeah, but there
I'll
was
pull
those
ahead a little bit
stories,
more
and
if
if
you
you
want
would
to.
like read through.
No. Ah, miss. Oh,
There, I pulled ahead for you.
Stones,
Alright.
Twisted Sister.
Yeah.
Oh man, those were like my tunes, like growing up. You know, I mean, shit.
So, what are you up to right now? You into Jumptown at all?
Yeah, for sure.
You're a monster, sir. No, I'm just kidding. I have some friends waiting on me to rescue them.
Oh,
And then I
okay.
ran into this problem.
I think Black was
Oh,
the
yeah,
one I
fair
really
enough,
remember
fair
the
enough.
most.
Anyway, it was good meeting you, good sir.
Yes, sir. Thanks
Yeah.
for helping me out.
No problem. Do you play
Don't
with a
spend
group
it
of
all in
guys,
one
or
place
that
now.
one was
just your
pretty
buddies?
What up?
Do you play with a group of people, like an org or anything, or is it just you and your buddies?
Wasn't even.
Yeah. We're a bunch of buddies and kind of an org.
Okay, what org is it?
I
don't know if it's official or not.
Okay,
Oh,
no,
he just told me it's not official.
just curious if I ever ran into you guys before.
Maybe. We might pirate sometime.
Oh no, listen, it takes all kinds out there.
Which was like a little version of the Sega Genesis with the
Genesis.
CDX in it.
Anyway,
It was
yeah.
called CDX.
That was you that
My
added me, wasn't
brother-in-law, who's like,
What's that?
it? That was you that added me, wasn't it?
I'm off here, but
and Road Rash. Road Rash was one of my favorites.
Say it again.
I was just saying that was you that added me, wasn't it?
It was
What
kind
was
of like
that
a
on?
twist.
Anyway, it's all good. Good luck on rescuing your friends.
I think I did
Thanks,
play
Ollie.
it
I'm
once
sorry I
or
couldn't
twice,
hear
but I
you.
played it at a buddy's house because I didn't own it.
Right.
Good luck in Jumptown.
And that was like when Blockbuster was still big, and we like rented games for the weekend. Whoever had the console for it, we went over to their house for the weekend because we got 2-day rentals on every one of the games if you were like a gold Blockbuster member or something.
I can remember a time before Blockbuster, we used to hate Blockbuster because they would shut down the better stores.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that were cheaper and just better in every way. But
Shifting.
I can remember when you. Go ahead.
I was gonna say shifting gears with saying Road Rash was great. I wasn't quite listening to that.
That's an old game. I don't think they've made a new one of those in a very long time.
Okay.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, what were you saying, Rob?
I don't think they even had a part 2 of it either.
No, they had it 2 because I had
Did they?
Road Rash 1 and 2, I believe. Yeah, on the Genesis. 2 might have been a CD game. I can't remember. But I was just talking about how back in the day, you know, there was a time where you could rent consoles. You know,
Yeah.
it wasn't that cheap, but it was better than buying the console. But what my buddies and I would do is we would all be like, all right, you get this console, I'll get this console. And then once we had that, then we would all say, because in Christmas, you'd only get one game if you were lucky. They were just so expensive.
Yeah.
And so we would all say, we would look at all the new games that we wanted to play, and then everybody would claim one. And then we would all claim that one instead of getting duplicates. And then we could trade later on once we, beat the game or whatever.
Yeah, I made a bad decision because we did that same type of thing too.
We would have done that.
And I remember my buddy got the PS2, and then I was like, all right, I'll get the GameCube. And I remember being like, fuck, I should have got the PS2.
Got the PS2.
Man, the PS2 had so many good games, man. So many good games
console.
on the PS2.
The GameCube was cool, but not as cool as the PS2.
There's a couple pretty good games for GameCube, but like, yeah, just not even a chance. It wasn't nearly as good. I still have the.
With the PS4, you get almost all the PS2 games if you have the game. What you call it? The Sony pack, whatever.
Yeah.
The yearly thing that you get all a free game like every month or whatever.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I was gonna say I still have the PS2 in the other side of the basement there, and one game that I didn't play it back in the game because I didn't know it existed, but I found this game and probably like 5, 6, Jesus, probably like 8, 9 years ago now. Because I remember it was like we got the PS2s back out of like storage, and then we were there one day and we turned it on, and we got the Scarface game for it. I don't know if you played the Scarface game for PS2. That game was so good. Like really, I don't know if you'd call it ahead of its time, but it was like, now San Andreas was ahead of its time, but this was like kind of like a San Andreas thing where it's like open world, you can run around, there was like missions in it, and it was down to the point where like how this game took place is it picks up right where the movie Scarface ends. So the way it goes is like Tony Montana gets shot in his like mansion, but in this game, like you drag yourself out of the mansion and escape, and then like
that's like the first mission, if I remember right, was you dragging yourself out of the mansion, right?
Yeah, you drag yourself in the mansion, then you escape, and then you had to like rebuild from nothing because like they wiped out like your house, all your money, all your supplies and stuff, and you literally start out like selling dimes on the fucking street corner again.
Right.
Yeah. And then it ends up
I remember it had the car from the movie that I loved with the leopard print interior.
Oh,
the yellow car.
And do you remember how cool that was? It's like at one point you have to start like smuggling in cocaine, and you actually have to get in like the speedboat and like drive out off the coast of Miami to some island off the coast. And then you would like get on that island, and there'd be missions on the island where you have to go and like pick up cocaine, and then you have to like load it up on the boat, and then you would like drive the boat back to Miami, and then like have to like escape the police and like get it ashore, and then like you'd start going around, and then you'd start like buying businesses and stuff, and like selling cocaine out of the businesses and shit. Like that game was so fucking good, man. Like not as good as San Andreas.
Well, what's funny was like Vice City was out way before those games, and Vice City was kind of a play on Scarface.
Yeah,
you played an Italian mobster that basically was doing like Scarface stuff.
Yeah,
but Scarface I think was like a mid 2000. It came out even after San Andreas by quite a bit.
Yeah, that's why it's like it wasn't the like San Andreas of all the games. San Andreas was like crazy good and like ahead of its time from how I remember
And
it.
huge.
And
That's
huge.
so much content.
Huge. And if you played that from the very start to the very end, and you didn't use cheats, it was literally like you were a guy from the streets, like who started from a bicycle to like you own LA. It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Yeah,
and it was hard.
Yeah, it definitely was difficult.
What's up, Tankus? How you doing? It's good to see you.
The RC missions, the one with the train or whatever is infamous.
Remember the Red Baron? That like.
Oh yeah, that was
was
mission. Go fuck
hard.
itself.
That was hard. Like actually, not even fucking around. That was a hard mission. And like,
yeah, for sure.
The vehicles. And do you remember like racing for pink slips?
Yep.
In that whole chain with like the blind guy, and then there was like, there was the whole like.
You got a better memory than me though.
Yeah, well, I played a lot of that game. Me and a buddy of mine.
Yeah.
And then like, oh man, remember the desert airport that you would get after you bought that, and then there was a bunch of like flight missions out there. But I think
I love the grand strategy of being a gang trying to like take over all the territories. That was a lot of fun.
That was the end game. Like they actually had an end game in that, which was cool as hell.
With grand strategy,
Yeah, yeah.
Like now you're a general commanding your troops.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good to hear. Good to hear. And I'm doing pretty good.
Because I love the soundtrack of Vice City and Miami and all of that. It was just goofy, but San Andreas is still the biggest map of any Grand Theft Auto game.
Yeah. I remember getting max rep with like the OG, like the Grove Street OGs, and then you would get the city bus and you would drive around to all the street corners and honk the horn and get them on, and you would have like 17, 18, like 20 guys on the city bus, and you'd pull up to a gang fight and let them all out, and the boys would just be banging it out in the streets. It was so fucking good, man.
It was so fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah, man.
I even like the Godfather and the Mafia games. They had a little bit of that. Like the first Mafia had that, to where it was like you were a gangster and you had to take over the other gangsters' territories. It was a ton of fun. And that game was also difficult. They had a couple infamous missions that were like, people went years without beating that game.
Yeah, I remember what game was it? Now it wasn't that hard after I went back and played it again, but I remember Grand Theft Auto 4. There was a mission where you showed up at a warehouse and you like got jumped at the warehouse, I think it was. And there was like a ton of guys in the warehouse. And I remember like genuinely being like stuck on that mission like for a long time.
Oh yeah, man.
I remember
I can remember old school games to where I would rage quit them and then have to take like 6 months off and then go back to it,
Yeah, that's what I think this
before
was.
you could search things,
Yeah, and end up being just like a thing of where it's like, throw grenades in this corner and that corner and you kill where all the guys spawn, but like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why to this day I don't Google problems, especially on a single player game a lot of times, because I kind of miss the old way of just trying to figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
Those old games, they weren't intuitive at all. It'd be like, go crouch in a corner and use a blue gem to unlock a secret door that wasn't there.
Yeah, and like climb on this air duct thing that you get into like 3 rooms back, and then like that's how you get through the thing.
Or have to feel along the walls to find shit. I mean,
nowadays you got GPS pointing you the way.
One thing that drove me kind of crazy, like actually like kind of crazy, was playing like the new Sons of the Forest, and like all the boys just had like the wiki up, and they're like, no, you go here and you get this, and then you go there and you get that. It's like, why are you playing this? You know what I mean? Like
they don't even think twice about doing it too.
No,
it's just part of playing the game
crazy.
is to have the wiki up.
It drives me so crazy.
But there's people that want to win at all costs. They're the type that will like flip over a Monopoly board while they're in their 40s. Those type of people.
Yeah.
In gaming, that's the gaming version of that, to where they feel like if they're not min-maxing, they're not winning the game.
No, for sure.
Which I don't cast aspersions on that, but I like the adventure of it.
No, for sure.
Yeah, I like trying to figure out a game. It's like when I played Star Citizen the first time. I must have crashed like 500 times before I figured it out.
Yeah.
And everybody kept telling me, go look at a video. I was like, what do you mean go look at a video? It tells you right there what the controls are. I just got to figure out how to use them.
Well, that bit me in the ass because my first day I couldn't take off in my Titan, and I just thought I was being, stupid. But come to find out, it was a bug. Like after 2 hours, I Googled it, and it was like, no, there's a bug. You got to do this or that. Because I think I changed a hotkey, and it caused it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, I started off with, I had the T1600s to start with. So I did all the key bindings on the sticks to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, Tankus. Robert's getting his money. Let me catch up on some of you. Hardcore Road Rash was great. Gran Turismo, all of them. They were definitely fun. The Gran Turismos for PS2, I remember, like, as soon as you would get the Dodge Viper, it was game over. You would just save up that 90K off the very start and then just fucking win every race with the pimped out Dodge Viper. Just chucked my Sega CD in the trash 2 weeks ago. It's terrible. I still have my Ridge PS2, placed Laser twice, 500 games, Saints Row. I never played a lot of Saints Row. Skeet, no, I never ended up playing that at all. Yeah. Now all the guys in chat are just vibing about the old games.
Yeah. All gamers, regardless of age, are nostalgic about something, even if it's only a couple years ago. Nostalgia's strong.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I wonder if the kids will go back and play all those old games, at least the ones that they remaster. Because they're such great stuff, man.
Like, maybe if they remaster them to where it's, like, really, really good graphics, you know what I mean?
Yeah, graphics really don't bother me that much because it's all about the game. Like, if the game is good, you don't even see the graphics after like 20 minutes.
No, it was a game.
I appreciate it, but go ahead.
Oh, no. What were you saying?
I was just saying, like, I appreciate good graphics, but if I could go back and play Knights of the Old Republic from 2003, which has shit graphics.
Yeah.
And they weren't great graphics at the time, and I still after like 10 minutes, I'm in the game. I'm immersed.
Yeah, you're into it. Like, yeah. It's like Warband too. Like, the graphics on Warband aren't that bad actually, but like, that's an old game,
especially with the mods.
Yeah, with the mods for sure. But what I was like to say is like, a game that holds up like really well, and I was actually kind of surprised was like I was thinking about the other day was like Fable, like the original Fable, and then I went and like looked it up on Google, and I was like, yeah, that looks like how I remembered it, but then I noticed that was like the remastered version, and then I found the actual pictures of like the non-remastered version. It was like, that's slightly worse than I remember it, but like still pretty much exactly how I remembered it. Like, that game actually looked good for back in the day.
The first Halo has that. They remastered it, and I was playing the remaster. I'm like, yeah, this is how I remember it. But it had like one key you could hit. It was like tab, and it would revert back to the original graphics.
Dude,
so you could just go back and forth.
They did that with like, were you a big Diablo 2 player back in the day?
I used to think that I played Diablo 1 and 2, but I looked it up because people keep asking me about Diablo 4, but I don't think I ever played it. I played the old Gauntlets and maybe some other ones like that, but I don't think I ever played Diablo at all.
Okay, so like, I played Diablo 1 like way back in the day. And then I was given Diablo 2 at the, like, so I was given Diablo 1 to play at like, in like, 2000 roughly, like very early on. So I was probably like a 5-year-old kid and was given like Diablo 1, and like I didn't quite like it, one because I was like bad at it, classic kid stuff. But then like Diablo 2 came out, and the guy that gave me Diablo 1 gave me Diablo 2, and it was probably like 2000 2001 when I got Diablo 2, and I played that game constantly for like 5 years, you know what I mean, just like nonstop. And of course, being like a bad kid at playing it, you know what I mean, just like not figuring out that like, oh, you can just whirlwind through everything with like a certain build or whatever. But I played a lot of that game, and they did the same thing when they remastered that. They had a button where you could click like V, and it would like go back to like the old graphics. And whenever I was playing it on like the new graphics, I was like, oh, this is exactly how I remember it. And you click V, and you're like, my God, that looked like shit. It's like,
Right.
it's so funny.
Well, as graphics improved, it changes your perception. So
Yeah.
when you think modern graphics, that's kind of how you'll remember old school games, unless you're going way back to like 20 Atari
bit.
2600 type stuff. Right. But when it comes to like 3D games, usually in your head, how you remember them is with whatever the modern graphics are at the time.
Yeah. Did you ever play Baldur's Gate, like 2?
Yeah, probably. Like games like that, if it was something that you could rent and like beat or something, I would rent them. But I was mainly into like first-person shooters because they were the thing, racing, all that kind of stuff. Like Metal Gear, I love Metal Gear. That anything like that.
I again, that was another game that I was given as a kid, and I just like, I got like maybe a quarter of the way through the game, maybe, and I just couldn't figure it out. Because like a lot of those games, it was like it actually took a little bit of brain power, and they were like kind of like deep dialogue trees and stuff like that, and I just like didn't know what half of the words were and would just like skip through the dialogue and like constantly get in fights that I shouldn't have been getting into.
I can remember breaking out paper dictionary sometimes, looking up words.
Yeah, like I don't know. I felt like the people who made games back in the day almost like not like respected your intelligence. They almost like expected you to be at a certain level of intelligence. Like I don't know. That I remember that game being like super hard, and I went back and played it like not that long ago because you can get it on like a tablet now. Like it's just in the App Store. You can get that game, and I remember going back through it now, and like the dialogue was like really good. Like a lot of the meaningful choices that you made like actually meant something. And like I remember it like it was a lot easier to play when I went back and played it this time, but like definitely holds up as being as kind of as difficult as I remember it being, but like a little easier.
Yeah, like there were games that I played that I don't even think I enjoyed. It was just they were so hard, I'd get like a hate boner against them, like Ninja Gaiden. Like I would beat a Ninja Gaiden game and not enjoy any of it. I did it out of spite, stuff like that. But I don't think I really got into RPGs until about like the Morrowind time, because Morrowind, when you first saw it, you're like, that's an ugly piece of shit. But then once you played it, it turned out to be one of the most amazing games ever. And then that's what kind of that's when I first started giving like RPGs a real chance. It was like about Morrowind time, which was also Knights of the Old Republic, which was turn-based. And I was never a fan of turn-based, but I played it because I love the story so much.
That's what Baldur's Gate is. It's like one of the turn-based ones.
Right.
And like I remember not being like, and it's like it wasn't quite turn-based. It was like a live game, but like everything kind of happened. But like you could like hit pause and like kind of move people around and kind of actually it wasn't turn-based. It was just like it was kind of like a live thing actually.
That's the way Knights of the Old Republic was. It was turn-based under the hood, but it would play out in real time unless you paused it.
Yeah. Same thing where it's like everyone like attacks like 1 second, like 1 second or whatever. So it's technically like you would attack, they would attack, you would attack, they would attack, but it was like happening like real time. Here's another one then. Like, did you play Divinity Original Sin 2 by any chance?
Let me look at its
a newer one.
Thumbnail. No, I don't think I've played that.
Okay, so that's
that was
like
2007.
That's like that came out in 2007.
That's what it says here.
Look it up.
Or no, Original Sin 2 is 2017.
Okay, yeah. So like that was kind of like a spirit, like they're Dungeons and Dragons games is what they were. You know what I mean? So that was kind of like a spiritual successor to like the Baldur's Gate games.
Welcome to the aSOP.
But now they're making like Baldur's Gate 3, which is like, it's supposed to be out this summer, which might be worth playing because like you'll get that vibe of the old Baldur's Gate, but with like that fresh coat of paint and like all that stuff. But that Divinity Original Sin 2 game, I played through that and like didn't look anything up. I think I had to look one thing up because I was stuck in a room for an hour and I couldn't get out of it. But like
even we have our limitations.
Yeah. That's one of those games where if you want to feel kind of like challenged in a game, like a bit like skill wise and mentally, like that was a really good one. And like when I beat it the first time, like it's a very long game. So if you want something that's like a sit down, like very streamable game for sure. People probably get like some people probably get hyped up about watching a playthrough of that as well.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of like moral choices and like puzzles and things like that in it that like it's a little bit like, do you remember like Fallout, how it like by the end of the game, like how the story wraps up is based off like all the choices you made. There is an element to that too, is like the world is affected by all the choices you made throughout the whole game.
Right.
And
well, there was games like Fallout, like Mass Effect. I was kind of let down because that was like the whole premise of Mass Effect was every choice in every game was going to matter, but it was all kind of like faux choices that would lead you down the same road, you know?
Yeah.
At the end, but it was still like usually your choices in the old games ended up just being like Easter eggs that you would unlock. Be like, oh yeah, I remember that guy from the first game, and I helped him out here or did that thing.
Yeah.
But
yeah, this is
Fallout
like,
was the first one. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say like Fallout 3. I remember like if you blow up Megaton, well, there's like no more Megaton, and all the people are dead.
That one's burned into my memory. Like the first time you do that, and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, that's rough.
I remember always living like I would have my room in Tenpenny Tower.
And you're a Sith Lord.
I couldn't help myself.
It was a great game.
But yeah, like it's the same type of thing in that Divinity Original Sin 2. It's like you didn't do this one thing, and now like everyone in that town is dead. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
Right.
It's kind of cool.
Mass Effect 2 had that really well. Like that was my favorite Mass Effect game, and in that game, like shit got real, especially at the end.
Yeah.
And it's like if you don't do it right, you know, everybody dies.
Yeah.
And they're dead in the third one, you know.
Now, the crazy thing about this, like, because I don't know if you're gonna play it or not, and this won't even spoil anything, but like, after I put in my first like 60+ hour run through of Divinity Original Sin 2, when I got my ending, I was like, motherfucker, like, and then I went back and I played it a second time, and one, I wanted to try some different builds and different stuff like that, because like there's like a bunch of different characters and builds you can do, and like companions that you can take with you that like ends up having like a team, and that was turn-based. I wasn't into turn-based, but I played that. I was like, no, this works. Like this is actually really good. And but like I went through this because like you get a couple different endings, and I didn't look up what all the endings were, but I kind of got the vibe that there was like 3 or 4 endings, let's just say. And like I thought that if I went back through and like played it again and made all of the right choices, like like almost like god tier choices, you know what I mean, that like you would get like a 5th ending, you know what I mean. And like I struggled through it, so, like I put in like another 30-40 hours, and I was only in like act 2 of like 4, and because I was trying to like do every single possible like good decision. You know what I mean? Like not even like good decision, but like the pinnacle, like I don't know, like the god, like what, like if you were a god, this is how you would do all the right things, type thing, you know what I mean?
Like if you knew the future.
Yeah. But like I couldn't do it. I have to go back at some point. I just like it was very difficult, like making all the right choices, because it's always like the easier path was usually like the cunt decisions, and if you wanted to do the like right decisions, it's like so much more difficult.
And there are the games to where they really screw, like Witcher 3. Like even when you think you're making the right decision, it ends up being a horrific ending because you're trying to do the right thing. You know, to where if you would have done the logical thing, would have been a better choice. Another good one is Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Oh my
It's one of the best RPGs of all time.
Yeah, me and you definitely
But,
agree
like,
there. When I played that, I was like, "Oh, this has that old game vibe, but it's like a fresh game with like good graphics, and it's my type of thing." Like that checked
And one
so
of the
many
best
boxes.
built worlds ever.
Yeah.
Like that world was so well thought of. Like you could follow pipes and they would lead you to a windmill that was fully functional, like cogs and gears and shit, man. It was so good.
How disappointed were you there? And not even disappointed, this feeling of like, and I think this is a good feeling to leave you with games, is like, I just want more. When that ended, on that like end scene of you like walking down the road with fucking what's his name?
Sir Hand Capon.
Yeah. Sir Hands or whatever. Like that guy also, low key, one of my favorite characters in that game. Like
he was so well written.
Yeah, he was so good. Like he made sense. And like he was kind of this like one where like kind of an asshole, kind of like you're supposed to somewhat hate him, but at the same time you're like, I kind of like this guy. I don't know what it is, you know what I mean?
Well, it's the good writing, because a bad writer would have just made him the smarmy rich kid the whole time. This one made him a real person. You know, like with an arc. Same with Henry. Same with every character in that game. Felt like a real person. You know, that's good writing. It's hard to write like that though.
Now I always check in. Like, have you heard of them making the second one of them yet?
Oh yeah, I follow them on Twitter, man. I've talked to the devs before. Because I come from like when I was first started streaming, I streamed Mountain Blade and then like Kingdom Come Deliverance, that type stuff. And then I've spoken with the devs before, either on Twitter or on Twitch, and they will never talk about Kingdom Come 2, but it's in development. Like you can see them hiring people for it, you know.
Nice. Because I keep poking in here and there, like wanting to get like some art or something, but like it's pretty tight-lipped. Now that's been a few years now. Well, how many? That's been like 4 or 5 years, hasn't it?
I think it came out in 2018, and the DLC finished in 19 or 20 was the last DLC. Because if you haven't played the DLCs are extremely good.
I played them all except for A Woman's Lot, just because.
Oh, that's a rough one.
I never I was somewhat interested to play that one, but I never I beat them all and I was waiting for them to come out, and I kind of moved on to something else by time that last one came out, and I never ended up circling back to do it because it was all on PlayStation.
So you never had a dog? Like when you were playing, you didn't have a pet dog?
I don't remember now. I remember
like Mutt.
I remember building the town. I built the town.
Yeah.
And then
Slavitz.
Yeah. Privet Slavitz or whatever. Which that was pretty cool, but I kind of wish it was a little less modular, but it was still pretty cool.
It was simple. If you had money, it was just like a one and done. There wasn't anything complicated about it. It was just kind of pay money.
I wish there was now. Here's one thing: is I didn't do a lot of the crime. I did after I beat the game, I started going around and doing some of the crime aspects of it, of robbing people and pickpocketing and blah 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 blah. But do you remember that inn where it was the criminal inn, and then your friends ended up there doing criminal stuff?
Yeah.
Hi there.
I always was hoping that in that game, either through DLC or just somewhat the arc, they would have put in a way of where you could have went down the path of crime and started up your kind of own band of kind of robbers. You know what I mean?
Well, they kind of were going that way, and then the problem with that is I still don't think I ever finished their arc right, because there was a bug involved with the finale of their arc.
Yeah.
The one where they wanted to rob the wagon.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know the scene where they're on top of the quarry and they're looking down and you go up and you talk to them? There's a bug there, and I think I've gotten that bug every time.
Okay.
But
and it's so deep into the game too that
oh yeah, by the time you get there, because I'm like you, I didn't do the crime stuff. I was always a paladin. They would tell me to sneak in. You remember how you had to sneak into the town that was overrun by the bandits, and you're supposed to sneak and sabotage?
Yeah.
I just kicked down the front door and killed them all.
Yeah, I did
that's the way I did it.
Much, yeah.
And I played and then I did a hardcore playthrough. It took me 160 something hours to do that.
Hardcore in that? It was already a pretty hardcore game. But when you have to pick maladies, and then also like there's no mini map, and like you're just and I'm pretty good with navigating
and no fast travel either.
No fast travel, so you actually have to ride the horse around. Like that was so good, like the hardcore in that. And
it was my best experience playing the game because you really got to enjoy how detailed the world was.
Yeah,
like you saw like how everything made sense.
Staying
but here's the fucked up thing:
constantly and eating and struggling.
Right.
Yeah.
There's this rare achievement that I did not know about. So I only took 2 of the maladies when I did my hardcore playthrough.
Yeah.
But if you took all 10, there was a tis but a scratch achievement that I didn't know about.
Yeah.
So I played 160 something hours and didn't get like the gold medal of achievements in that game.
Yeah.
Because I don't bother hunting achievements. I don't really care about that anymore.
I just like when I get
back in
them.
the day I used
like,
to.
Cool.
Like I used to hunt all the achievements during Grand Theft Auto days and all that kind of stuff. You know, killing all the pigeons, that kind of shit.
Yeah. I never was super hard on like to collect every like page in the notebook to get a trophy type stuff.
Right. Those were ones where I would use the guide. I'm not going to sit there and cover every inch of every stone. Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah. That was one thing. It's like I wonder how they're going to do Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Like even if they did it exactly like they did one, where it's just they're telling you a story, and you get to play through a movie, and it's just like bits of play into a cutscene of like a movie cutscene, and then bits of play, and then a movie cutscene. Like I'm totally down with that again. I would love to see some sort of like maybe after you beat the game, some sort of like a co-op type thing almost, where you could like have somebody else join your open world, and then like maybe some sort of like one thing I always wanted in that game is like when you would like get into some of those like bandit fortresses and bandit camps and stuff in so many games, I just want to like own, operate, and run like kind of one of those bandit groups from like the bandit side of things, you know what I mean? And they like never let you in almost any game. Like there's even like Skyrim, I was hoping they would like I know there's like the Thieves Guild and all that, but that was never done the way I wanted. Like I always wanted to just be like a bandit out in the woods with a team of people. You go around and like
the Brotherhood was kind of like that.
Yeah.
Brotherhood and Oblivion and Skyrim.
Yeah.
That was pretty creepy.
The murderer people, yeah.
But we forget about Kingdom Come Deliverance is it was a narrative RPG.
Yeah.
It's just there was so much sandbox in it. You kind of felt like you were playing an open world game, to where it was just like the sky's the limit.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell that they're really like there's one way that Henry's going to be. Like you could do different things, but like the story is like you're the bastard son of a noble, and like you kind of earn your way up into realizing that. And then, because in the future games, I'm assuming that like you eventually are going to become like the lord of your home's castle. I imagine is what's going to happen.
Well, I kind of like the fact that he, it's kind of like there was this game called Medieval Dynasty where you start off as a broke peasant, and the best you'll ever do is to be like an elder of a town. You'll never be a knight. You'll never be a king.
Yeah.
But it was great, it's like. Yeah. But I think with Henry, because everybody in that game except Henry was a real person. Henry and Teresa were fictional. Yeah. And then like the little characters, but all the big guys were real, so you can kind of look them up and see what happened with them.
I looked up Sir Radzik and like. Yeah. He doesn't have super long in this world. That's why I'm thinking like. Yeah. Henry's gonna have to step up at some point, because he's the only heir to Buddy.
I think the next game, the only thing I can think is it's going to be much bigger, and I think it's going to entail Prague. Like, 15th century Prague would be amazing.
And like city politics.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you'll meet the king,
Yeah.
Because that's where, I think that's where Han and Henry were going, was to Prague, right?
No, they were going to like a fortress, like a really big like fortress castle is where they were going to. I forget what castle it was. But it's like one of the best bohemian like fortresses that were built. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like kind of super palatial, but also just like ridiculously well defended.
That was the other thing I loved about the game was studying that history because I didn't really know much about that history before I played that game. And then I love that you can look at the real like Google Maps over it, and the map is exactly like it was in the game. Like I follow this woman on YouTube who she walked like all the stuff that Henry would do, and the today's pathways look like the pathways in the game. So you can tell that the developers just walked around Bohemia and was drawing, the pathways and everything, and they put them in the game.
What was that?
So cool.
What was that main city in it? Was it? It wasn't called like Rattay, was it? Or something.
Yeah, the Rattay was the biggest one. That was down south.
Yeah. Well, that place, like I remember seeing a video of like that modern day, and it's a housing development on that hill. Not even a housing development, but like a suburb. And you can see it's like how it's the two little rounded hills where the two little fortresses used to be, and now it's just a bunch of
they're
houses.
Still there though. Like the main road, the main road you'd run up and down from like the tournament field down to the shops, all that's still there. Like there's even a pub where the inn is like today. Yeah. And then you can still see the towers. They're kind of like fenced off. But it's like a little shopping center, nowadays, but it's still on the same street. You can see the cul-de-sac, down where the like the official's house was or whatever the heck that was called.
Yeah.
The one where you had to be the judge or the whatever the hell that was. I don't remember the names of that. But all those towns are still there. Yeah, the main towns are Rattay, Samopesh, Vranik, Neuhoff, which was the one with the horse ranch.
Yeah.
Oshitz, it's Marihold, yeah.
What was the
I screwed that one up my first time. Marihold, the one with the poisoned well. Ugh.
Yeah, I think I remember that one. What was that? Okay, where was it at? Talmberg. Do you remember that castle at Talmberg, the one where the siege ends up happening?
Yeah, that was a cool castle.
I love that castle. That castle was sick. Did you do the thing of her like you had the affair with Buddy's wife?
Oh yeah, you got to do that, man. Even when you're a good guy, you have to do that because I argue that it's the right thing to do.
It is technically the right thing to do, somewhat.
It might be against Catholicism, but I think when it comes to
the story,
what is good and righteous,
yeah,
because that woman wanted nothing more than to have a child, and she never would have had a child if she doesn't get a Henry in her bed.
Yeah. And like I remember she was like a nice woman too.
Oh yeah,
and like Buddy was nice, who ran the castle as well. But
yeah, Sir Davish.
Yeah,
Sir Davish, I think his name was.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
That's what I loved all of the characters in that game. Hanish was my favorite, the big fat boisterous guy with the yellow and black.
Yep.
He was amazing. Yeah. Even Henry's dad, I liked him. I liked how everything was logical. It wasn't like video game bullshit. It was like, we're doing this because of this. It wasn't just like drama for drama's sake. Like everything they did was historically accurate and they were good decisions for what they were dealing with.
Yeah.
You remember the scene where Henry has to go find heretics?
Yep.
And then if you want to be a good guy, you come back and you're like, hey, they're heretics technically, but they're still good people. And they're basically Catholics, but they think women should preach and all that. And then Sir Havish goes off on Henry. And he's like, I don't give a good fuck what you think. It's all about culture, and it's all about sticking together as a team. He's like, that's what religion's about. It's not about your gods. I couldn't give a shit. It's about we are the people. We are the same people. Because if we're not together when the barbarians are at the gates, we're going to be destroyed. And I was like, holy shit, that was the best defense of medieval religion I've ever heard.
It's literally like it has nothing to do other than unity. Like that's the only fucking thing here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I remember getting goosebumps when he gave that speech because I'm like, you know what, dude, you're right. You're so right. Oh man, that was such a great game.
Okay,
I need to play it again and get the Tisbut a scratch.
You're going to Trotsky. Let me look up this castle.
I'm gonna have to bring up the map. Haven't played in a while.
Man, I wanted there to be so much more in that game. Sadly, yeah, I'm looking at an old picture of this castle. This was like a super fortress. Is what this castle was. Like
So
it's
that's the
up on a
castle Henry
mountain.
and Han was going to?
Yeah, it's called Trosky.
Copy.
And there's still a bit of it left in like the world today,
Mm-hmm.
but it's kind of like a ruin. But if you look at it even today, like you're like, oh yeah, this was one of those like kind of impenetrable, like super fortresses.
Yeah, never been defeated, only been surrendered kind of things.
Yeah. It's like
It's like the one in Syria. I always wanted to visit the Crac de Chavray, the
Yeah.
Hospitaller Castle.
yeah, like this, you can clearly see that like this was definitely not on the palatial side. It was more on the like purely
Utilitarian
defensive
side.
side. Yeah.
Because that's the problem is most of the fortresses got turned into like manors, just like
Yeah.
mansions for rich people later on.
Yeah.
So all the fortresses
know.
are either ruins or
If you ever look at like what actual castles, like how they were laid out, like so simple of living, like even if you were like the richest lord, like you had like 2-3 rooms, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
and like if you had guests come over, you like moved, like you stopped sleeping in like the main hall, you know what I mean, and then like moved out.
It's like when we were kids and your uncle and aunt would come visit, you had to give up your bedroom to them.
Yeah.
The castles could be very similar.
Yeah.
And most castles weren't these giant fortresses, they were just like a tower with a wall or something. Or
Yeah. They're
like a
literally
Motte
like
and
tower
Bailey
forts.
style.
We're like,
Yeah.
No, 100%.
But they were so well thought out too. Like the real ones, the ones that knew that they were going to see action at some point.
Yeah.
It's like when you go into all the traps that they would lay, and they even thought about like where the defenders would be swinging their weapon arms and where the defenders would be, and then designing it to where like the attackers would be, having to swing with either their weak arm or from their weak side, things like that. It's just genius.
Now, it's not Dover. Dover's not the castle that I'm thinking about, but I think it was one of those like super fort or like super castles that like maybe William built. There was
You're talking about the one in Wales?
Maybe
There's one in Wales.
Was that like
That
Highlark
one's-
or what?
Something like that. That one was one of the gnarliest castles. So you got Caernarfon, Conway. Which one is it? I think it might be Caernarfon. Let me look at that. Or I don't know how you'd pronounce that in Welsh.
Yeah, I don't know how to spell half of this shit.
Yeah.
But I remember there was one that like I think it's in England. Think it's in England, and it was could be in France, could be in like it's either France or England, but it was like it was so ridiculous to the point of like if you went in through the gates, you were so fucked. It wasn't even funny because it was like you'd go through like one gate, and then there was like kind of like a stone like force feeding thing that fed you into like the next gate. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And like either side of that, like you were just able to throw fucking stones down on anyone coming through. It was one of the ones that like never fell. I forget which one.
Yeah, like the Normans, Normandy defeated the Anglo-Saxon kings in 1066, right? So that was William the Conqueror. And when we think of a castle, what you're thinking of is a Norman castle.
Yeah.
Because they built them everywhere. That's why the Normans are one of my favorite people to study. Because wherever they went, they won. And then
they were
go ahead.
Like after they got like after the Norse and the like the French kind of like became the Normans or whatever. It was like a little bit of like the high culture of France mixed with the actual like the war doctrine of like the
Northmen.
Right. Yeah, and then mixed with like that heavy cavalry. It was very unstoppable. You know what I mean? Like they even took
the
over
Normans
fucking
were
Italy.
really good at adapting.
What is that?
Yeah, Kingdom of Sicily.
Yeah.
The Normans were masters of adaptation. They would take what's great about something and then they would leave the shit.
Yeah.
So like they became Christian because we were talking about unity.
Effective. Yeah.
They didn't used to fight with horses, but they're like, horses are a great advantage. Let's do this. They became the best heavy cavalry in the world, at the time.
Yeah, no, it was yeah, I do like the Normans. The Normans are interesting.
All the best crusaders, all the ones that were actually successful were Normans.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing is like medieval history is like how much of medieval history is just like, yeah, this guy died like a couple years, like at the very worst time possible, and things went to total shit for like the next 4 generations. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's so much of that. It's like a crazy.
There's tons of those. Like there was a Holy Roman Emperor that amassed this giant Crusader army. This was before Richard III went to the Middle East, and people were scared. Like the Saracens and the Muslims were very scared of this because it was going to be a huge deal. And then he falls off his horse and drowns in a puddle of water.
Yeah.
And then the army just goes home.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It's so crazy how much and I assume. Is it just me, or does it seem like almost like classical history? Like maybe they just didn't write down a lot more of it, but there's a lot less. It seemed like there's a lot less of just like stupid failure deaths like that. Like I know there was some, but like I don't know. I think it's just because like the modern history we have so much more detail on so much. Not even modern, but like medieval era. Like you have so much more like that survived from it.
My favorite thing to read of history are journals, like contemporary journals, but they're so rare. But what it is when they do movies, TV shows, video games, they only show the highlights, like the wars, the civil wars, the upheavals. That's what's dramatic. They don't show the fact that even in a war, there's only maybe 1 or 2 big battles a year, if that. Most of it was just raiding and pillaging. So they don't want to show the raiding and pillaging because there are no good guys in war. They're all bad guys to the to the small folk, right?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Like the Black Prince. I used to think the Black Prince was a good dude.
Shovel shame to France constantly. Just fucking
but then as an adult, I'm like, he was just a raping, pillaging scumbag like all of them were,
But like, it was funny. It wasn't even like scumbaggery at that point. Which it's like, technically like...
You had to feed the army, right?
And it's just like, from our perspective, it's like, well, obviously like running around, like murdering and pillaging people is like not a good thing. But it like...
Right.
Like, at certain points, it was just like, no, but this is just how... Like, there wasn't even a question of if it was like morally good, really. You know what I mean? It's just, this is how it is.
If you study theology, there was always the holy men that were like, hey, because there were holy men that said, hey, the Bible says thou shalt not kill. But then the political leaders are like, well, we got to kill people sometimes, right? You got to fight wars.
Yeah.
So that's where the debates would go. But this is all like ancient history. And then it would get changed to where you could get a bishop to be like, well, it's okay to kill if it's war, because that's when they started saying that you've got God's laws above king's law. But while you're on earth, you have to abide by the king's law, right?
Yeah.
And even today they do that. Like the Mormon church, they changed their rules because the U.S. government was like, hey, quit marrying a bunch of wives. And they're like, no. And then, then they're like, well, we're going to take you over then. And they're like, fine, we'll change the rules. God spoke to me and said we can only have one wife now.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah. No,
it's fascinating though,
That's why, like, if you even go back farther to the Roman, like, Roman morality is hilarious. You know what I mean? Because it's, like, very conservative in some ways, but, like, murdering your enemies is more, like, the moral thing to do. You know what I mean? It's funny.
Yeah. Like, you're immoral if you don't murder your enemy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you don't, like, completely destroy them, like...
And their children, because their children can grow up and fight your children, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. And, like, I don't know. One that's even more funny. Like, I watched, like, a 5-part on this one not too long ago. Because, like, it super interests me, like, Bronze Age, and then, like, the Bronze Age collapse, and then the interlude between, like, the Bronze Age collapse and, like, the resurgence of, like, Greece and then Rome and stuff. Like, that period of time is very interesting to me as well. And I remember I just watched like a 5-part thing on like the Assyrians, and it wasn't like Dan Carlin. I watched his before, but his was like such a narrow view of it. This was more like the sweeping scale, almost between. Technically, it was probably like an 8-part thing, and it was between like, the Sumerians all the way through like Sargon, all the way through like to the end of the Assyrians, and then like a little bit of the Greeks stumbling upon the ruins afterwards and being like, who built this? And like no one had any idea who the Assyrians were. But like the Assyrians were fucking wild. You know what I mean? Just like classic like Iraqi Middle Eastern like empire. You know what I mean? Just like going around and fucking murdering and extorting everyone. It's funny. Like,
and then when you read what they would write down, you realize like how similar they are to us. I remember reading a letter. It was like a small king writing to his father-in-law, who was a bigger king but kind of far away, and he was like, he was just beseeching him to send reinforcements. He's like, we're dying. This was like right before the Bronze Age collapse, because the Bronze Age collapse wasn't fast. It was kind of slow.
It was
I
like
used
over
to think it was like one
some
thing.
years.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think it was over decades, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But it's so covered in the fog of history, nobody can definitively say. But I think it was everything. I think it was famine. I think it was disease. I think it was raiders. The sea peoples. All that just accumulated to where it just because that was the first known world economy. Bronze, right?
I think like literally it's one of those like system of event, and this is kind of like, I'm not like stepping out of line here. This is kind of like the thinking on it as of like not too long ago. But there was I think it was technically, now this is putting some things together, but I think there was like some volcanic activity around that point in time, and I think a lot of it probably covered like the northeastern Mediterranean, and like probably fucked up a lot of their crop cycles for a bit, as well as just like some like steady drought. And then that chain reaction just started pushing people south and west, like south and east. So they started coming through the Mediterranean, and like if you're starving, you're gonna rob the next person. And then if they get like robbed and are starving, they're gonna raid the next person, and it's just like a thing that just like gets into like a rolling thing. So like probably like from like mainland Italy, then hit Greece, and then all the Greeks and the mainland Italians all were like, well, let's raid the people to the even farther east. You know what I mean? And then they started coming through the Hittites, the Assyrians, down into Egypt, where like apparently the Pharaoh killed them off, but like that's the funny.
Well, Egypt was one of the few that survived it, right?
Yeah.
But Egypt could support itself. A lot of the other nations in the Bronze Age world economy couldn't support themselves. They survived through trade,
even
imports.
Egypt went into a very steep decline for like a period of time because they had no one to trade with to get like the other stuff. So like they weren't starving, but like they weren't expanding either.
Right, because bronze was the weapons, right?
Yeah.
So bronze gave you weapons, technology, everything of the day was through bronze. But they had the food, which was, of course, the most valuable commodity at that time. I mean, food, depending on when, was more valuable than even bronze in and of itself, Food's one of those things where one day it's the cheapest thing on the menu, and then the next day it's the most expensive thing on the menu, in regards to trade goods.
Yeah.
You can't eat bronze.
That's the other thing, too, with the, like, Egyptians. It's like, you can't trust any of their accounts. Because, like, the meme is that, like...
That goes for anybody.
Well, like, specifically the Egyptians. Because, like, they never lost a battle. They just keep winning them closer and closer to home. You know what I mean?
They invented golf, got a hole in one every time. The whole North Korean propaganda thing,
Yeah, it's like, they were really bad with it. You know what I mean? Where it's like... Yeah, their territory keeps shrinking, but yet they win everything. It's like, okay.
My favorite are like the classic Greek historians, because those guys were just like, they were like the world's first hipsters. They were just kind of relaxed and groovy. Because once the proper Greek empires fell, they were the hipsters. Like everybody wanted to be like the Greeks, even the Romans, of course, obviously.
Yeah. They just adopted so much of the stuff.
For sure. So you'd have these Greek scholars that would just travel around and collect stories and then write them down in histories. But a lot of times the histories that they were writing about were like 100 years before that historian was born.
Yeah.
So like how accurate is that going to be, you know?
So like how much do you like here's one thing that like this is like a little pet favorite like theory thing of mine, and like no one can prove this really. The only way we're going to prove
Even
this
a
is like
historian probably.
Yeah, the only way we're going to prove this is like ridiculous amounts of marine archaeology that is like not going to be funded. But like the Solon story and like the whole like Atlantis story. Like how much stock do you put in that? Because like some of that stuff is like they didn't have like the analogies or the like the brain, like the not the brain, but like the context to put some of it in. You know what I mean? So they kind of like had to like put things into the context that they understand. But like some of that stuff, like you wouldn't just like make that up. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like how much stock do you put in like a lot of that old like second, third hand passed down through the generations like stories that they would have?
I think Atlantis could have been a real place, but in the way that like what was it, Socrates was the one that made it famous, the one that wrote it down, and we all read his accounts of it.
Yeah.
I think humans have always been smart since the Homo sapiens have been a species. They have been extremely intelligent.
But it's almost 400,000 years now that they're pushing the date back.
Yeah, and they keep pushing it back. So how far? That's why history. History is not. It's not set in stone. Pun intended. It's like every new discovery changes our history.
Yeah,
we don't know our own history.
To think that we were just like for lack of a better word, like retarded cave people that were eating berries and like chasing rabbits around until 7,000 years ago, and then all of a sudden we're like, we can grow things. You know what I mean? It's like that to me seems like very reductive of like they had the same brain capacity the entire fucking time. Why do you think that they just like were never able to figure it out for 300,000 years? You know what I mean? Like,
well, like I mean, I've heard it argued that humans 50,000 years ago had the highest IQ of all humans, including us today, because that was back when we fell below 10,000 numbers in population.
Yeah, I forget what that volcano was or whatever. Wasn't it like some sort of eruption or something? Was that an impact?
Yeah, it caused a global ice age to where like all the food was dying. So you had to be insanely intelligent to survive. Like problem solving, all that kind of stuff. Because if you fucked up once, boom, you're dead.
Yeah.
So, but I don't doubt that there was what I would consider an advanced classic civilization before written history, because I think that we could have easily have had written history that has been completely lost because of what they wrote it on,
100%.
right? It's like clay tablets last a long time, but there's plenty of things you could have wrote on that did not, or just like, language made out of knots and string,
Yeah.
I mean,
and like
there's a million ways. So,
when we say when like you say advanced, I know what I mean by like advanced. I don't mean like even like 18th century like British. You know what I mean? I'm talking
that's pretty advanced.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not meaning like that advanced. You know what I mean? It's like maybe like I don't know. Like maybe not even like Roman level advanced. You know what I mean? But like,
well, I don't think it's Roman level advanced either, because Romans had alloys, right?
Yeah,
I think it could have been like a Roman like, but take away all the metals.
Almost like like during Troy.
Mm-hmm.
Like how there was like the Aegeans, like that level of advanced. If we're like, they're able to build temple structures. They have like complex society, but like they're not using like high carbon steel or like stainless.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's,
well, I think you could have had advanced tribes in a small batch to where they were still building things that would not have lasted till today, but you could have like an Isaac Newton who kind of figured out,
Yeah.
mathematics or algebra or whatever, or at least his form of it, of what he could understand. I think people have figured out like astrology, you know, before the time of written history, to where they kind of understood it. You know how people always like, well, how'd they build the pyramids or how'd they do this? And I'm like, because they knew fucking math, man. They understood physics.
Yeah.
They understood Newtonian physics and they figured it out. But I'm not gonna, I don't believe in the aliens. I don't think that there was like some science, I don't believe Atlantis was like a science fiction culture living under the water with spaceships,
I think it was probably some sort of like a Phoenician-like culture, where it was like...
For sure. I love the Phoenicians, man.
Yeah, they're very
fun
interesting.
to study.
They're very interesting.
I love any culture that explored. Their whole thing was like, well, it's getting kind of crowded here. Let's move on down the road.
Yeah.
And that was like the Phoenicians,
100%.
the Normans. Like Carthage was, that was Phoenician.
Now, here's a crazy one. Is like, did you ever hear of the place? Now, this one is like super up in the air, but it's another one like Göbekli Tepe, where it's like we just don't know enough yet, and like the archaeology on it is like very like early days. But do you ever hear of a place called Gunung Padang down in like Sumatra area? Like,
well, the guy who's famous for talking about, that word you just said that I can never pronounce, but he's talked about all that stuff, I believe, like on podcasts, and he even has a show on Netflix talking about it as well.
Are you talking about?
Have you watched that?
Like Graham
He was on
Hancock?
Rogan a couple times. Yeah, him and then the other guy.
I like Randall Carlson too. Is that who you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah,
they did a Rogan together.
Yeah. Because like there are two things marry up perfectly. Now, definitely Hancock's way more out on a ledge, from like what I think was going down. Like, and he's not saying it was like aliens, but he's thinking that there was a lot more of like alternate technologies going on and stuff. I don't even think it has to be that. I think it's just like normal amounts of technology that we've come up with in the past, but just very long time ago, and a lot of it was wiped out with the marrying up of like what Randall goes on about is the huge geological and like geographic changes over the last ice, like the end of the last ice age, and that possible comet meteor impact, like changing, like the fact of water levels rising 400 feet. Like, if you think about our cultures and civilizations today, like the eastern and western seaboard of the States would be under 350 feet of water. You know what I mean? Like, it would be a wholly different situation.
A lot of that, like, because if you ever watch the retorts on like the Hancock and then Göbekli Tepe, when you listen to them, you're like, all right, well, I guess that guy's just full of shit. But the problem is when you actually look at like the data that they're using, it's so up in the air. There's so little data that it's like all of it. If anybody definitively says that this is what happens at that time, it's just fan fiction.
Full of shit.
It's just but it's fun to theorize, like how advanced could a civilization have gotten, like let's say 100,000 years ago.
Yeah.
But we can find no evidence today of it,
That's one thing for sure is like we've been in this form for like, let's just say easy 350,000 years. Just like, let's just say that.
Right.
Like, in the first like 5, 10, 15,000 years, as soon as someone's seen water and something across the water, they built a motherfucking boat or a raft. You know what I mean? Like I would have did that. Like the first generation of being like a person with the same brain as me, I would have been like, no, I'm going over there. Like it's just like human nature. You know what I mean? That like you're gonna build a boat. So I think like any of these like pre-Ice Age civilizations, I would think at least some of them, the ones that lived on the coast, would have been maybe not like ocean faring, but definitely like seafaring people, like for sure.
Well, I also think that it's hard to get in the mindset of somebody that didn't have our education, right?
Yeah.
Or even speak our language, So like, what kind of language did they use? What was that formatting like? Because think about even today, if you go to a small town, there are people that are like 5th generation living in that small town, content with everything that they learned and everything that they do
Yeah.
in that small town. You know, these aren't the explorers, these aren't the Isaac Newtons going out.
Yeah.
And then also the population was way smaller. So the chances of finding those outliers, those guys that were genius level or had the drive to figure out what's more, what's bigger, like what's out there, what's beyond what I know, you know, is I think
Yeah.
way more rare. You know, and I think the driving force was survival, you know, so it's like when all of your intellect and all of your energy is spent towards survival, do you even have time to come up with, you know, what's out there?
Well, that's why I'm somewhat of the perspective that in certain times and places, and like we just don't know about pre Ice Age situation because
No,
like
not
we
at
know
all.
we know bits of it, but it's like if you found like you know like a 12th century like Native American tribe, and then like
Mhm.
you found that one tribe, and then you're like, oh, like these guys' level of like culture, society, and advancement, that's indicative of what the rest of the world was like in the 12th century. You know what I mean? So like
Mhm.
when we find some old archaeological sites and like, oh look, they were crushing bones with rocks and hiding in caves. It's like, yeah, those people were. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't mean that
Right.
like everyone everywhere was at that level and like had that low of a population. Blah 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 blah.
And even the non-Homo sapiens, it seems like the more we learn about like Neanderthals, and
Yeah,
they're like
yeah.
they are more advanced.
Yeah,
Because in
yeah.
our heads we're like, oh, they were like these monkey men barbarians, but no,
Yeah.
they were pretty much as advanced as our ancestors
Yeah,
were.
I think
you know.
I think the one problem with those guys and why they like died off and got bred out is one, we like outcompeted them. But like,
Yeah.
didn't they have a problem with like their vocal cord structure where like speech was more of a difficult thing for them? Like forming languages was not.
Like our speech was, but they could have had like a sign language mixed
Yeah.
with vocal cues.
Yeah, yeah,
you know?
yeah. But then be like,
Like there was a book series that talked about that. It was called Clan of the Cave Bear. It's fiction,
Yeah.
but she had a really cool idea of how like Neanderthals would have went about it, and it seemed, you know, plausible.
and like the reason why we were like interbred with them, especially places in like northwestern Europe, is because like
Mhm.
let's say if there was a tribe of them that was on like the hill next to your like Homo sapien tribe, like just like in all times, like yeah, you could go to war with them and lose a quarter or half of your tribe, killing them all off, or like you could meet up with them, figure out some sort of handshake deal, marry a daughter off each way, and then
Mhm.
live peacefully for, you know, as long as you can get away doing it until you had the ability to go fucking like extirpate them all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
I
like-
do think that when you're dealing with such small populations, there was way more peace than there was war.
Mhm.
You know, they would definitely kill.
Yeah,
and
war was
attack if they
dangerous.
were starving. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like because we have that in modern-ish history, like during the Age of Sail. You know how the English explorers would go down to the islands, and those islands were basically going through kind of like what the hunter and gatherers would go through, like those kinds of politics.
Yep.
You know, to where they would live in peace, but they didn't like each other. You know, so if they could defeat the other one, they would, but since they didn't have the numbers, they won't, kind of thing.
And there was like some interesting cases. Like, and there's my favorite island in all of the world is this little island out in the middle of the Pacific, and it's called like Rapatai, and it's
Oh yeah.
it's like the small Rappa. So Easter Island is like Rappa, and then this other one is like the small version. And they're not really connected. They're connected name wise because like they're somewhat close to each other, and we gave them these names. But like
Yeah.
this smaller island, right now there's like a population of less than 1,000 who live there. But during like I think it's like 12th, 13th century type shit. So like before we ran into them, when they were like doing their own thing, I think there was like a couple thousand of them that lived on this island, maybe upwards of like 10. And they were in like a civil war on this island. And I think it was like 3 different tribes that were on this island. And like they had little like mountain fortresses that they had built up. And they would fight with each other, vying for
There's a
control
movie
of the
about
island.
this.
What is it?
Did you ever watch the movie? I think it came out in the 90s. There's a movie about this. It's called like Rapa Nui.
Okay. No, I never heard of it. Let me look that up.
You'll definitely want to watch this movie. It was really good from my memory. But Rapa Nui, you would like it.
Rapa Nui? Nui, 1994 film. I never heard of this.
Yeah, check that one out. You'll like it.
Is this
It's
the
about
story
what
of
you're
exactly what I'm describing? No, this
I
is about
believe
Easter
so.
Island, but like, still, it's probably the same type of premise, I imagine.
Yeah, like I'm not going to spoil the movie for you, but what you're describing is very similar to this.
Okay.
That movie also hit on racism, but without race. It was like instead of like black and white, it was like long ears and short ears.
Yeah, just like tribal.
You know, so they had an aristocracy. It was like a hierarchy as well, though, not just tribal. There was like a hierarchy.
Yeah.
Because you know how people say that, like, you know, if we all keep
I see the biddies are out.
effing.
It's one of those movies, eh?
Yeah, yeah. It was before. It's a good
Yeah.
movie, though. I think you'll like it, though.
Well, anyway, yeah. So like these guys civil warring with each other. Like before we even showed up. Like I think by time we showed up, there was only about like 1,000 or more of them there because they killed each
Yeah.
other off fighting each other for like a couple hundred years over like nothing. This island is so small. You could fucking walk the whole island in like a day. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it was a few thousand people like fighting each other constantly for the island.
Well, think about how fast humans become tribal. Like you could put a
Yeah.
bunch of toddlers in a room and a hierarchy is formed and tribes are formed like almost immediately.
Yeah.
You know, like a Lord of the Flies type scenario.
Yeah, yeah.
And it also doesn't take long to revert to just pure barbarism, you know,
100%.
when resources are scarce. Especially that's what's so fascinating about island cultures though, is they've been separated from other cultures for so long.
Yeah.
That or the civilization lacks structure.
Oh. I don't know. Like even like with like pretty advanced civilizations, like just think of like, you know, Bronze Age, like the Bronze Age of cans, like and the whole like, you know, like the Trojan War. Like, you know, like shit just happens. Like people get fucking mad, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's why
They're
anthropology is so fascinating because it's like the science of us. It's like why did we do the things that we did? Like when you're reading something in history and somebody makes a decision that just sounds like batshit insane, to me that just says we don't know the whole story.
Yeah, yeah. There was
We don't
definitely
know, like-
confounding factors that like
Right.
led
You
to
know, the
this thing.
background. Like it's like when you watch a movie and they don't tell you the whole story in the first like 3/4 of the movie, and you're like, well, that dude's an asshole, and this guy's kind of okay. And then they finally show you the last scene to where it all clicks together. You're like, oh yeah,
that
fuck
guy
that
like
guy.
murdered the other guy's like family
Right.
or something.
Yeah, it could be anything. To me, that's
Yeah.
what history is. Like we're missing the last 30 pages, you know?
Yeah.
But that's why I like the cultures that wrote a lot of shit down, or at least relatively so, you know, like the Byzantines and stuff.
Well,
you know, it's fascinating.
That was the one thing that was also interesting about like the Assyrians because like they wrote down a ton of stuff on clay tablets that all got like a lot of them got saved, but like a lot of the clay tablets that had stuff written down on them were like day-to-day business deals and nonsense. You know what I mean? But like,
but I like that stuff.
Yeah,
I like
that
that
stuff's cool too. And like, I think there's like 200,000+ tablets of like their stuff that are in museums that are just untranslated because no one knows how to do the fucking whatever that language is called again, like the Sumerian type language with the reed stick.
They're
in the
getting
mud
closer.
tablet.
You know, it's like the saga of Gilgamesh. You know, like we always thought that we would never know all of that, but they found enough tablets with the story on it that they're starting to put it together. Now they're attributing like historical things that happened to that. You know.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna say is like when like big events would happen and stuff. Like some of those like
I think it's called cuneiform. Are you talking about cuneiform?
Cuneiform. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like
you want to? There's a British museum guy who that's his specialty is cuneiform. He's amazing.
Well, like
I love this guy.
One thing that like because I like there's one like group that I like watching kind of their history content and stuff, and they brought up a very good thing of like please put the AI to something useful. teach it cuneiform and then start scanning all these tablets through it. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
like
Irvin Finkel's that guy.
how good would that be?
It'd be awesome. Check out Irvin Finkel. He has these great talks about like the Epic of Gilgamesh and then cuneiform. But he's just such a easy listen to. You know, he looks like an old wizard.
Yeah.
You know, but Irvin Finkel, British Museum, check him out.
What else was I gonna say? Yeah, no, like all this shit interests me. It's some of my favorite.
It's hard to even like, you know, get your thoughts on this right. You know, it's almost like you want to prepare
You almost
to
need
even
notes.
have these kinds of
Yeah.
conversations. Yeah.
You almost need notes and to like narrow it down to like certain things because there's just so much.
And so much of my information is coming from like historians on YouTube and now because YouTube is just awesome when it comes to like history channels. But you know, you can listen to two different historians about the exact same topic. Like it could be the same battle, and there's conflicting information. So it's like
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, and like some people put their like personal like spin on it and just like from their perspective,
yeah.
from all the reading that they did, like what kind of sounds right to them because they seen it in like 2-3 different sources this way, but then one source said it like this way, and like
it's like those paleontologists that would take like a piece of a thigh bone and then construct an entire creature out of that.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you know, is that accurate? Hell no. But you know, it's something, I guess. And to me, like history can be that way as well. You know, somebody found a piece of a thigh bone and they constructed a culture around it.
yeah.
And I always stay away from the historians that want to like implement like modern politics
Oh,
and classic history.
It's horrible. It's
bad.
It's so disgusting. Do you want to hear the most ridiculous one I ever heard? Was they found this burial up in Norway, and it was of a woman. You know what I mean? So it was a burial of a woman, and it was obviously a woman of like noble birth, and I think it like from the skeleton, I think it was like died pretty early. You know what I mean? So like 20s or something like that.
Yeah.
And was buried with like some horses, I think like a bunch of like ornate stuff, like a sword, like some swords and some like, you know,
It's like a ceremonial
full,
sword.
full regalia and like everything, you know
yeah.
what I mean? And then all the like modern politic people, you can imagine what they came up with was they were like, oh my god, this is like the first like transgender warrior queen. And I was like, you fucking idiots. Like this was probably just like a woman of like noble birth who died like early, so was like given like the full honors burial. You know what I mean?
Plus, like her husband or her lover or whatever loved her so much because she died young. So that's like in
Or,
the
like, the
middle
father.
of like the big love, right?
Like it was the
And
only
so, of
child
course-
type thing or something. You know what I mean?
And then all it takes is the decision of one man or one person to be like, all right, I'm going to put my most treasured item in with her, and it's his sword. And women could have had swords. It was such a symbol of station, you know,
Yeah.
to have a sword like that, or a ceremonial sword.
And a lot of the way that this was done, it was like northwestern, like Scandinavia type stuff, where they had a lot of the like steppe influence coming in at this point. So like the horses and all of this and the like the warrior women type thing is like it was very like the steppe cultures had a lot of that. You know what I mean? So it was like made total sense just from like normal explanation, but they were like, oh my god, it's the first transgender fucking warrior queen, and started like writing a bunch of fucking nonsense articles. But I'd almost have to find it because it's like stop
No, I remember
doing this, please.
I've heard stuff like that. You know, a lot of the history channels I listen to, they're, you know, they either just leave out the modern politics or they go right at it.
Yeah.
But usually the amateur YouTube historians, you know, they'll argue with those people. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I like the people who just like flat out are like, no, like stop doing this, please.
yeah. Hopefully it doesn't run, you know, the history and sciences for too long, because I've already heard a couple things. Like one of the worst ones was like there was this group of geneticists who wanted to basically study the remains of like indigenous Americans, way before the Europeans got there.
Yeah.
And they basically they wanted to link it because what they're finding out is that the indigenous people that our ancestors ran into weren't the originals. There were ones way before that.
Yeah. Like,
so what happened to them?
Before the Clovis people in.
Right.
Like, yeah. I know what you're talking about, yeah.
But basically, the modern day tribes didn't want them to do that for whatever reason. And I think it's because they don't want them to find out that it's like, hey, your ancestors did what our ancestors did 15,000 years ago, you know?
And there's also the interesting thing of like, I'd have to look more up on this, but I remember there's two different groups of DNA that were found in like North America and then South America. And North America's like, I'm trying to remember the name, but like North America was like obviously of that like northeastern steppe Mongolian DNA, and the other one was more from why am I blanking on the names of these things? But there's two different distinct cultural groups where it's like they are from different kind of regions of the globe, and they all didn't come through the fucking like Bering Land Bridge. You know what I mean? And like the island hopping. Why do I want to say Denisovan. So like, I think it's like there was Group X, and then there was also these Denisonian. I forget whatever word I just said, but it almost like the way that they got down to South America is theorized from like the island hopping, like theory, where it's like with 400-foot lower water level, they just bounced from island to island to island to island, and made their way to South America through an entirely different mode than the people.
And a different time, like way before the ice bridge.
Yeah,
I think that's true. Because I mean, think about how amazing it is that people made it to Australia like fucking, what, 50,000 years ago or whatever.
Yeah, like the Aboriginal people were there for like literally like 50,000 years in like almost like an unchanged line in the same cave. It's crazy.
Right. So if those people could do that, I have no doubt that contemporaries of that time could have made it to South America or even North America.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I do think, like, I think of what we think of as Native Americans came from the ice bridge, came from like Asia, and even the steppes, right? Because they can follow that back. But I agree with you. I think that's like science now, right? It's like fact that there was
much.
At least
they trace back. Like, I remember seeing specifically like there's two distinct groups, like the South American and the North American are not of the same like long-term genetic line of people. It's not like because there was the theory that they came over the land bridge and they went all the way south and did everything. But like it's now looking that they like one group hit like Central America and the other group was already in Central America, and then they're kind of formed up like a border more or less of where the two groups didn't really mix that much.
Have you heard the theory that horses actually did evolve in the Americas?
It's not even a theory. It's like totally proven where horses started here.
That's crazy, right?
Died out in the end of the last ice age, and then were reintroduced in the like late 1400s, early 1500s by like Rex.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
From the opposite side of the globe, you know? Like,
yeah.
Like they died out, migrated west, and then they came all the way back around, and then when the Europeans came over, it was like, boom, hey, remember these guys? You want to ride?
That's where I like a lot of Randall
fascinating,
Carlson's stuff, of where like he goes hard into like the end of the Pleistocene into like the early Holocene and that like Younger Dryas boundary period of where like we had a massive global change, and specifically North America, like more than half of the face of North America was one covered by glaciers, and then two was washed into the ocean from the mountain. You know what I mean? Like, just like total change. Now here's one. You'll find this one hilarious. I had a guy in the chat, and like not relitigating. Like, Buddy's fine to have his own opinions, and like anyone can have their own opinion. And maybe Like, what do you like? Here was the thing he said. He said something about, he said a couple silly things, but one was like, if the U.S. had like a quarter of their defense budget, maybe there'd be peace on Earth. And obviously, I'm assuming he's joking, because it's like, if the Americans didn't exist, there would not be peace on Earth. You know what I mean? Like, everyone is going to fight over like border disputes and intertribal shit, like regardless of who, if any, world police are out there. You know what I mean? It's not like the Americans are causing like the Somalian warlord. Well, like, maybe Somalia is not a good option because the Americans were fucking around there, but like,
well, the Europeans in total, they fucked Africa a bunch.
that's what I'm saying. So like, even okay, like how about North and South Korea? Oh, that was a little bit of the Americans were fucking around there too. But like, they were fucking fighting over each other before the Americans showed up to help. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, where the Americans fuck up is we think everybody wants democracy, and it's like the small folk might, but the middle class and up might not want democracy.
Yeah, there's always like a
right?
ruler class that is like, they have other ambitions than fucking minding their farm and tilling their land. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they have it on tilling somebody else's land. You know what I mean? It's like,
But America's military, we're pulling back now. Mainly what the Americans have allowed is an actual world trade, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's the first time in history that we've had a world trade to where like small countries can be very successful as long as the U.S. patrols the seaways.
Yeah, because they don't
But
have to
once
worry
the-
about defense of their own trade lines, because it's just a given
Right.
that this shit will
Oil.
get there
So-
fine. Yeah.
You know how many first world nations have their own power source? Very few.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, just like the superpowers.
Yeah.
So the oil goes to them, the food goes back to wherever it needs to go back, and all of that was policed by the U.S. And without that, so even the U.S.'s enemies have profited massively off the U.S. defense budget.
That's why,
but
like,
all of that's getting pulled back now, man. Things are going to change
Yeah.
a lot in your lifetime.
That's why I like, as much as I like to, like, especially like my grandmother and stuff, like, I was definitely raised up on like a little bit more the opinion of like the American assholes, like blah 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 blah.
Mhm.
But I'm way more of the perspective where it's like, it's not so cut and dry. And like, maybe the U.S. military for like the last 20 years, because of like leadership in like government, has kind of like not lost, but like has been off kilt. Like, after the fall of the Soviets, and like, he's got like a lot of the neocons in there that are like, no, we have free reign to do whatever we want anywhere at any time. Like, we can take out all the enemies that we always wanted to get rid of. Like, that was a lot of bad decision making. But the overall thing of like the Americans keeping a lid on things is an actual valid point. And like this is just another example. Like, I was here talking to Kier the other day, who showed me like where he works down in Virginia at some of the dry docks and stuff. Like, no one holds a candle to the actual, like, you can say whatever you want, but like the military industrial like infrastructure that the US has is ridiculous. It's like inconceivably ridiculous. You know what I mean? The fact that there's just like 3-4 super carriers docked like right beside each other, while like it like the output and the potential output that the US can do is just like mind-numbingly bad. And yeah, they won a geographical lottery and blah 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 blah, but like, just the infrastructure is like mental. Like, you can't recreate that in almost like 50 years of like working at it through like, it doesn't matter what the Chinese do. You know what I mean? Like, there's no catching up like in any amount of a short, like, it's pretty much like it's the Americans' game to lose. You know what I mean? Which, like,
Right, but the same was thought about the Romans, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you keep
all
putting
things
in,
fall from the inside.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you keep putting in a lot of effort for the next like few decades of like trying to fail, like, it's possible. But like it's, you know, it's the current state of things, even with the last 20 years, like, the potential is still there. Like, it like outmatches everyone. Like, comparing it to like Canada, Like, we're not even like a second rate. We're not even like a third rate. You know what I mean? Like, there's not even like a fucking competition of like industrial output ability of our like.
Y'all's economy is so much smaller. You're only 30 million people. Like, you're
Well,
less
yeah.
than 1/10 of our population, right?
Well, like, take Russia even. Like, Russia's not even like second rate compared to the States. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so far in between.
Well, it's all about potential. Like, I think, like, people greatly, like, the U.S. has got a bad PR section right now, but the U.S. has not gone anywhere. They haven't weakened or anything. They're still extremely strong, man. Yeah. But it's about, I wish we could, we are the richest nation that has ever existed in history.
Yeah.
By leaps and bounds. I would just like to divert some of that machine that you're talking about, that industrial complex, into more positive things. Like, if we could get them off the boom boom tit and more into like the exploration, and like think about what we could achieve if we stop fucking around like it's, the 20th century.
I hear, like, 100% agree. I was just more like I forget exactly what we were just talking about. I think I was just talking about like the potential output and fuck. I'd have to backtrack now and like look at what we were just talking about. But
all of this was debated about, even like after World War II. You always had the guys that were like, well, let's take advantage of our win. And then you always had the heroes that were like, no, if you do this, then 20 years after that, we'll have to deal with this. It's all like a big stack of cards, like geopolitics experts can really explain like what went on. And like after the fall of Russia, we fucked up. We should not have done what we've done. And
like NATO expansion was not the best idea. One of the best ideas
we should have become
been,
BFFs with Russia.
It would have been bringing them into the fold, doing like combined infrastructure projects, trying to like moderate them, trying to like bring them into like the global thing, because like
without the finger wagging.
Yeah, because like here's the thing: is like what really, and like I'm not saying like let's be real. The Russians pulled so much weight in World War II, and like them just throwing millions of their own people into the meat grinder saved us so much heavy lifting. Like,
well, that's what they had to offer, though, right?
Yeah, but like,
and then we gave, like, they ate our food. They used our industry to be able to do what they did,
But that's what I was saying is like, in the next global conflict, what's a better global conflict? One where we have Russia throwing themselves into the meat grinder with us again, or them being on the other side of us in this, whatever the next one is. You know what I mean? And like,
I would just like, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, you cannot like how they run things and authoritarianism and like, all that stuff, but like at a certain point, like if you're just looking from like the 30,000 foot perspective, you're playing a war game. Like, would you want more people on the other side of the board or on your side of the board? You know what I mean? It's pretty straightforward. Like,
well, I mean that's kind of what the U.S. have done, but it's like we have these wants and needs. Like on the surface, the U.S. has always portrayed themselves as the good guy going in and spreading freedom and democracy and all that, and there's a lot of truth to that, but it's also about interest for sure, because self-interest is always number one. Whether you're talking about states, countries, or people, self-interest is number one. And then that's where we've fucked up, because we would bite off we were too greedy in a lot of ways. And it's like if we would have done it with more smooth and more pizzazz and more, being the charismatic good guy and not the good guy that just kind of shows up and guns everybody down. It's hard, man. And then all it takes is like one or two bad leaders to fuck us for like 50 years.
Yeah, the Middle East was like probably the like almost, if you're trying to figure out like just especially like with hindsight being 2020, probably the worst thing you could have done is go kill 4 million people in like the Middle East from like direct and indirect after
unless
effects.
Your goal was profit
and
unless
chaos.
Your goal was self-interest, profit, chaos,
God,
make
what
your
did they just
enemies
come into?
Oh, we've gone
Unfortunately,
everywhere from ancient history to we've been all
I
over
know
the
it's
place.
a
Oh, but
considerable
proceed.
side note here, but are we playing anything specific tonight?
Not tonight. I should have went to sleep 2 hours ago, but like
Same.
I can't help myself when we're talking about this type of stuff.
Graham Hancock, Tepe, all that stuff.
Yeah. Some of my favorite
Fun, man.
subjects.
But tomorrow's Jumptown, right? We're gonna have a good time there, hopefully.
Yeah. No, for sure. Anyway,
Do we have that scheduled at a specific time?
it's just all day.
I didn't see a Jumptown today, except I think I saw it this morning, but I don't think I saw one pop tonight. Did anybody
Let me
else see one
see.
pop tonight?
Let me check my wristband. Yeah, it's just gonna be all day. I'm pretty sure. Priorities up. Yeah, it's going right now. It just depends
Nice.
what server you're on, I think.
Right.
But yeah. Oh, anyway, like last thing before I go is that one guy that stopped by in the chat, or not stopped by. He was a very quite frequent guy, and he said that thing about the U.S. thing that we just got on the tangent talking about. But then he also said, like, if you forget, like America was inhabited long before, like the USA was a thing or whatever, and like don't forget about that or something like that. And then I was just like, are you talking about like the
prove it.
natives
I
and
didn't see
stuff?
any written histories.
But like,
Yeah.
I was like, are you talking about the natives and stuff? And then I forget exactly how it went. It was on stream the other day, so I go back and watch it. But then like, I was like, yeah, pretty much the point I made is like, probably for the native people, like when we showed up in the time that we did, like Europeans and stuff, probably was almost like, if you look in the like long span of history, probably like close to the best time for like them that we could have showed up was like then. Because imagine if it was like the Romans who showed up over here. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, that would be all dead.
But not even like one, like disease was, regardless of like, even if we didn't come in contact with North America until like 100 years ago, like the whole disease thing that killed off like 90% of the inhabitants over here, like whenever people showed up, like that was going to happen, like that was going to play out almost exactly how it played out. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
But then like the whole age of sail thing and like colonialism, like at least when we rolled over here and did it, this was my point, is like at least we were somewhat down the moral chain of like, maybe it's not a good idea to murder and enslave everyone. And like at the start it wasn't quite that thinking, but we came to that thinking like during the time of doing this, to the point of where we were like even the British, like pretty quickly they were signing treaties of being like, well, you know, we should work together. So the French were doing it more, but like we still had this like kind of moral framework by this point of being like, no, like might doesn't make right. You shouldn't just murder everyone. You know what I mean? And I was saying like, imagine if the Vikings or the Romans like came over here and got a foothold in. It would have been a whole different fucking story. You know what I mean? It would have been.
Well, we know what that story is.
Yeah,
the Romans
we did.
have done it.
Yeah,
you know?
it played out all over the rest of the world for the last 3,000 years. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Yeah, and then anyway, Buddy got fucking lost his mind and was saying something about like the genocide of the Native American people is something that's never talked about, and you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm never going to be here again. And all I was thinking is like, from somebody in Canada, it's like, never talked about. This is all fucking people want to talk about all the time, is, oh my god, like, poor us, you guys fucked us over. You know what I mean? It's like, it's probably like the most talked about thing. You know what I mean?
And
like,
in the States, we definitely grew up with a rose-tinted version of that. We kind of knew how it went down,
like
but
the
it was
Cowboys
definitely
and
like
Indians, like
Pilgrims,
aspect of it.
Thanksgiving, all of
Yeah.
that. But you know,
That's
history is
changing
rife
now.
with it. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just saying that story is changing now, but yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like I've seen some of the updated books. You know, that makes more sense. But I do remember that the Pilgrims was a way bigger thing than like Columbus was like, Columbus came over in 1492 on the Ocean Blue. We all learned that as a kid, and then they kind of skipped to the Pilgrims, and then boom, American history. So they definitely edited out the most atrocious. Like I remember reading
100%.
about the conquistadors, like they were heroes. Like down here in Florida, we loved the conquistadors. We thought they were cool as shit. But now looking back at it, you realize like what went down. But like what you were saying is like, even though their morals were barbaric to today's standards, there were people arguing against all of the evil shit like slavery, genocide. Like Columbus took some native slaves and then he got slapped on the hand for doing it.
Yeah.
Because he tried to
it
give
was like
one,
not
I think,
the
to the
proper
queen,
thing
right?
to do. Especially the British. People like to shit on the British Empire, but like there was a certain amount of propriety that went along with the fucking like the British Empire. Like who would you rather be
responsible?
Who would you rather have set up the empire, the Spanish or the British? In any case, you're picking the British, pretty much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah,
one of my favorite stats is how.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna end this here. I gotta go to sleep. It's very late, but this was fun. I love shooting the shit about stuff like this. But anyway, I gotta get off. This was a fun stream. I didn't really finish doing what I was doing. I got sidetracked. Probably should have ended this long ago. But anyway, you guys have a good evening, and I will